Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is November 17th. It is 2024 on the ancient moon calendar, 2025 on the ancient sun calendar, 5785 on the ancient Hebrew Israelite calendar, and 10,066 on the ancient Yoruba calendar, and trillions and trillions and millions and trillions of years on the ancient Moorish calendar. We've been here since time immemorial, and we will be here perpetually, eternally, Islam. We're going to go ahead and share our screen and introduce ourselves, Islam. So let's go ahead and do that. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity in alignment and in accordance with the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American, Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the divine sovereign living justices, and Ego Sum Pauline Denise Ritchie, my free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo, in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capit et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal, natural, living head and body for our empire. All Moors are the divine, original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Shemites, Israelites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original, indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient empire state for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earth-wide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today, we are being the law by our sovereign status, which is the original, indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3, United States District for Columbia Court, and we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, and titled trustors for all causes for action. We are peace, we are one nation, one state, one empire, and we are one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign divine ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war. And we demonstrate all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc. At this time, we will go ahead and put the meeting into the mode so that we can all Islam. Islam. And if your line is unmuted, please do so at this time. You can star 6 to mute. Islam. So we are ascending quickly. We are ascending. We're ascending very, very, very quickly. We're ascending in erudition, in prosperity, in wealth, abundance, knowledge, and unity. We are also creating our own divine culture. Occasionally, the title of cult leader is assigned to many of us, not just me, many of us, or there's an attempt to assign that to us, we simply state our culture, all of us. We all do that. So we are all culture leaders for our nation, Islam. A culture leader is just someone who dictates culture. And the word dictate is about diction. It's about the words. And he and she who controls the words and the vocabulary will always win whatever is being stated. Any debates, any conflicts, there's an automatic win for us. And it's not that we're
you never won that Land Rover, did you?
We're not fighting anyone. We're not at war with anyone. So now it's just a matter of, for us, a healthy coming together and thinking our way to continued prosperity. We are, where prosperity and money is concerned, we are the top of the pyramid with all of that. We're the wealthiest nation at earth. We have the most resources. We have all resources, really, and all money, all wealth belongs to us because we created it that way. We created the earth that way. So now where culture is concerned, and I know that I'll get affirmation here from you on this because we're all feeling the same thing. We're all on the same page. Anyone who says we're not unified just does not see in the spirit realm as well as the natural. So like many of us, like many of us, we were feeling a divine uncomfortability with common things, such as everyday greetings and other common statements, and just having casual conversation has become, it is common, and that's why we're uncomfortable with it. I know you all are feeling the same thing. When you hear people say certain things, just in everyday, what we thought was everyday language, it resonates in your spirit, and something in your spirit wills to correct that spell. For us, it is clear, because we've been told this by people that we speak to, on a unofficial basis. Even then, unofficial is not common. And so when we hear things, even if we're just, speaking to people on the phone or speaking to people face to face, we hear them say certain things that we know are spells that have a lot to do with things that are common. The nobility, as we've proven by definition, we are not commoners. Does that make us? Well, I'm not going to walk that back. It just is what it is. We're the nobility, and our nobility expresses through our language and through our actions and through how we present ourselves. So let us bring forth, and we'll just talk about it right now. What are some of the things that you hear on an everyday basis that make you uncomfortable? So you can start sick, and I'll start off with good morning. We all know that good morning, we're not in mourning. So who's mourning? Why? That's something that was made common, quote unquote. And commoners still speak that way. The nobility, we're programming ourselves to not speak that way. That's
Islam.
cultural. That's a cultural thing. That's a cultural statement. Islam, Empress Cynthia, and then Empress Nana.
Calling the United States corporation the government. That one bothers
Woo!
me. Islam.
Woo! Ooh, Empress. Yes. That bothers me too. Calling
about
the
the
dead,
rent is
calling the
due?
dead living. Calling the dead living. That is Empress Nana.
So calling Moors black.
Woo! You all, those two alone.
That is just
Islam.
me, and it's, you know, I've upset so many people of late because, you know, I just say, no, I'm not. No, you're not. I say, but yes, we are.
Everyday conversations, people say things like that. And I'm like, no. Not that spell. No.
Islam.
It's Empress Yamaya and then Justice Tonis.
Peace and grand rising, Empress.
Great rising, Empress.
And to all the Moors online. I want to piggyback off of
Calling
Empress
you dumb fucking
Nana.
cunt.
I want to piggyback off of Empress Nana. I was about to say the same thing, being referred to as black or an African American or Radio West, and you know, that this is what I can agree to. That makes me more uncomfortable than anything else, because the label is not what I am. Islam.
Whew. Those two right there are spells that just, now that we got that, everything else is a wrap. Believe that. Justice Tonis.
Islam is Tonis Alajah Bay, Queen Khalifa's territory. All honors to the Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
Yeah.
And the thing I hate that people are saying all the time, those green pieces of paper is money. It's infuriating.
In Islam, it's not money.
Currency, it's not money.
Islam.
It's not lawful money at any rate. Islam.
It's not even legal. Islam.
But people will do anything for it.
Go ahead, Justice Tonis. Hold for just a moment, nobility.
But people seem to do anything over it. And a lot of them, even though the dollar has crashed, and I've been showing people that, but the packages that you're buying are smaller. And they're telling you this and that, but it's basically the dollar has crashed. And so, and no one wants to ask for lawful money at their bank. Because when you do, they basically shut down. But, I mean, this is crazy. It's like you want to keep using your slave master's instrument of debt rather than be free. Anyway, just pointing that out. Very great to see you, Islam, Empress.
And we're glad to hear your voice as well, nobility.
Islam.
I'll say this really quickly. When we start, because we've already started, it's already done. We've been doing this for years, trading among each other using lawful and legal money. Everything else has to stop. Islam. Empress Karima, and then Justice Yahayest.
Islam to the Moors. This is Empress Karima at Virginia Territory. We were going to state the same thing that the nobility stated, Noble Tonis, calling private commercial papers money. You know, we constantly restate that whenever our kin, you know, or loved ones call it money. So they're used to us calling that what it is, which is Federal Reserve debt notes.
Yes.
Islam.
Listen, no one could enslave any of us unless we agreed to those terms. in their enactment. No one could do it. They listen, there had to be trickery in the words and then have us say it. Because if we don't say it, it ain't happening. And when we do say it, it is happening. When we make the statement, justice your highest.
Great rising, everyone. And I just want to say I'm so happy to be back with the Congress because I was, absent for a while. But yes, your highest base speaking. I have to say something about the word Indian because I kind of had a not an argument, but a strong heated debate with another noble about the word Indian, and I just want to say what I'm going to say, and I want to get you guys feedback. So Indian, to me, I would consider that to be like, if I was Indian, I would say I'm from India, because if I was like, basically Chinese, I would say I'm from China, like sort of, like in the concept of that. So I was explaining it, and I brought up the, I believe the South Carolina Negro publication. I forgot the exact name of it, but I think it's 1848 Negro Law of South Carolina publication. I brought up some stuff. I was trying to basically just build with them, not on what was right or wrong, really, just bringing up the information. Then they kind of got offended on it. But from the literature, it seems though that Indian is referred to Negro, mulatto, and another brand. So basically, I just want to get you guys feedback on, would you consider yourself to be an Indian if you were, speaking with, some of the nobilities or whomever. And that's basically, I just want to talk about the word Indian for a quick second. If anybody can just give me some feedback on that, I appreciate that. Yeah, I yield.
Islam. So the original Indians from India are Moors, but there's some deception in the word when you're from here and you're saying you're from there. You have to know where you're from, and that's how we feel about that word. The original of everyone, the original Europeans were Moors. Everyone knows that because we are the original for all. And then came Babylonian speak about those words and those terms and citizenship and nationality and subject status and all of that. So if they are from India, send it, as our great Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey says, he states that, if they're from there and they came here, then they can say they're Indians. But if they're from there and they come here, they have to claim that nationality over there as a nationality. India is a nation. State of India Corporation, no, because corporations don't govern. So the ones that are from here, the way that we reconcile that is this. First, we never argue because we're not at war with anyone, particularly our brothers and sisters. I see that the subjects are moving out of the way. I see them moving out of the way, but then we have to deal with each other peacefully. So those who say they're Indian, we don't even try to correct them. We don't, because it's not a matter of correction or not. It's not a right or wrong. What it is if they're from India, then they're Indians. But again, this land here was connected to India at one time. It's called Pangaea. Everyone is aware of that before the great event. So if they call themselves that, then they are free to do that. We don't have to argue back and forth with them about anything. What we do is continue to stand and present who we are, who we know that we are. and just be. And as we continue to just be, everyone will see their truth. We don't have to fight and argue and fuss with anybody about who they are. They can say whatever they will to say because they are sovereign. The Moors that say they're Indians and they wear feathers and things, they're sovereign. So what we do is we just honor their will and continue to be ourselves. That's how we deal with that. We don't try to correct them because man knows not by being told even. No one could have told us we weren't black 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago. They couldn't have told us we weren't black. Because we would have been like, you trying to steal my culture.
Right.
You know? So we only when they're ready, each and every one of us, any awareness that we have, only when we're ready will our eyes be open to those things. And if they're not ready, even if you tell them, even if you prove it, because we can prove who we are, even if you prove it, they're still not going to hear it until their clock on the inside is ready. And we're not saying that people who call themselves Indians are wrong. We're not saying that. What we're saying is, and what we're stating is that our truth for us is our truth for everyone. That means we're not going to let anybody call us black. And if we don't want to be called Indians, we're not going to let anybody call us Indians either. We're going to state who we know that we are, that we can prove. If they can prove they're Indians, then hey, we can prove who we are. Islam.
Islam. I just want to add something because I basically took the route when I was, providing information and just trying to share more so, not to like give them like, oh, you have to, not say that. I was just sharing the information. So more so that they don't get wrapped in how you want to say, like the 14th Amendment, putting themselves back into slavery. And from my standpoint of view, I feel like
you can't do that though. You cannot pull them out of 14th Amendment if they don't want to come out of 14th Amendment. They have to do that for themselves.
Right. I was trying to like give them a warning, so to speak, not saying I could save them, but I was like trying to say like, hey, you might want to be careful with using that word and tying yourself to it, because it might put you back where you don't want to belong. So I was trying to just trying to like just share some good information so that we all could just stay sovereign and we can all be free, just like that. So besides that,
let me add a little bit to that, nobility, because there's been a huge, and we'll continue with our statements that we're making. It doesn't matter what you can call yourself a Moor, but if you keep putting others over you as officers in fake courts and all of that, then they're going to act like that. And it won't even matter what you call yourself. We've all experienced that to some degree, where we were saying we're Moors and stuff, but we didn't really know how to make that manifest on paper because we were not competent to do that yet until we were. Now we are. But remember, many of us went into those fake courts declaring who we were, but because the documentation did not match what was coming out of our mouth, they was trying to act like they was running through us. And really, it was an act, because we still here and we're judging justice. So it doesn't matter what you call yourself if you're in the wrong place, in the wrong jurisdiction, and you're calling them judges. Don't matter what you call yourself. Indian, Moor, Moorish American, Al-Moroccan, whatever you call yourself, if you call them judges, them fake, if you call them judges or you call them officers or you give them a title, doesn't matter. And that's our point. By the same token, it doesn't matter what we call, who we say that we are, because we don't call ourselves what, we're who. Okay, that's why the owl is so important for our culture. But when we're being ourselves, If they want to call themselves Indians, they can. They'll be tested on what they call themselves. And that's where we can just step back and not war with them about who they are, because they're going to be tested on it. The system
that right there
is designed to test them, and then that will cause them to start looking around. And okay, who is it that has overcome this thing that we thought was a system? Who has done that? And then here we stand. You know, all of us. Here we stand. So again, that's why we don't go back and forth, because even now, even when I'm looking on YouTube and all these other things, and I hear certain things being stated, I'm just like, just be able to stand when you're tested on that. Just be able to stand. And see, here's the beauty of all that we've been doing. When we write the law for whatever it is, we can say whatever we want to say about that, or whatever we will to say about that, because we've already put it in law. And no one can judge us on that, because we're the ones who wrote it. So,
from that.
Yeah, that's how we feel about that. Nobility, your energy could be better used if you just, but it is appreciated that you care enough about them, because that's really what this is about. We care enough about them to tell them the truth?
Yep, that's what I was on. That's all.
And you did that. You did that. So you know,
yep.
You are to be congratulated that you love them so much. There's a way to show them, and that's by being you and being able to prove that you're you. And then putting everything under your dominion. That's how you do it. That is the biggest proclamation and action where love is concerned that we could ever do. Is all we have to do is just put things under everything under our dominion. It's already there. And then continue being ourselves, and as they see us peacefully prospering and being abundant, trust and know that they will touch the hem of your garment. They will do that.
I shaded that.
Yeah. We see it happening even in our own clan. I'm so grateful and so excited because I have clan members who are touching the hem of our garment and ain't scared either. They're not scared of anything. I'm telling you, I thought I was bold. My clan members, the Richies. That's because that's who we are. We're the Ritchie family, the Ritchie clan, rather.
Yes, clan. Yep.
And I know you all have the same in your clans. You all have some in your clans that's gonna outdo you in terms of boldness and all of that. They don't even care. They're like, wait a minute, what? We're the heirs to everything? Yeah. Yep. And they are demonstrating. So with that being stated, back to, and again, that's why we cannot be so lackadaisical with our words.
You're demonstrating that you're fucking crazy.
So that's why we can't be lackadaisical and just say any old thing. And even in our most casual, let me tell you something, even on the pillow, you can't say just any old thing. Because matriarchs, and I'll just put this one out there really quickly, you know, on the pillow, we made him king and lord of all. We did that in the previous era. Y'all know we did it. We did that. Okay. And even now we have to watch our words and ensure that our words are, he can be king, he can be your king. But your king, there's duality in that. He is your king, your king that you possess. That title. And now sons, the sons who know who we really are won't take that the wrong way. They'll take it the right way because they already know where they come from. They come from a matriarch, Islam.
Right.
So we're not subjugating them. What we're doing is putting everything the way it should be naturally. That's all. So with that being stated, common terms, common everyday, they made it seem common because you were to be made common. Islam, Empress Shasha.
Empress Shasha. So one of those common terms is when people call black people the sovereign, as in white.
Yeah.
That one is, I'll correct like you stated with Noble Tonus. Say it and move on.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, that one in particular here, Jamaica. That one is a real big sticky no. A lot of unlearning has to happen. But yes, those particular and there are certain things I just will not let go. People will, they'll say, oh, but meet people where they are, or you know what I mean. No.
Come on up.
No.
Come on up.
No.
Might as well.
No.
This is the uplifting.
This is right. You're ascending, so come up or no. There's just no there because we are teaching.
You're a fucking fool. That's what you are.
And so there is no bending there, no giving, no allowing, because
no chill, no compromise, none of that.
No compromise, right? We know who we are, and the truth is the truth. And no, I will not state anything other than that. And if you want to have a conversation with me, then you're gonna come up.
All right.
All right. Exactly. So I yield.
Yes. Not only.
Let me just, if I may.
Yes, Empress. Yes.
I wanted to touch on the whole India thing. Not because India really and truly was created in 1956, or not even created, established 1956. It is not the land, it's the corporation, and the land is Hindustan or Sindh, as our great Grand Sheikh has stated on many occasions. And so even there is, you are still speaking jurisdiction, and if but everyone is free to say what they want to say, but that is an absolute truth. It is, there's corporation and then there's the land.
Yes.
And we just be clear, and like I stated, move on. But I yield.
Yes, because if you go into one of them fake courts and you say you're an Indian,
you've just said moo or ba, or you've just declared yourself cattle. So and that's so it is important. The semantic deceit was used to blindfold, brainwash, and everything else. When you know better, you do better.
Yes. It's interesting, Empress. I was talking to someone not too long ago, and they were getting upset because I kept correcting the spell.
Yeah.
And they didn't speak to me for a few days. I didn't, I can't say I didn't care, but I didn't care. And then finally, they came back and texted me and said, you know what, I just have to know who I'm speaking to. And I thought, that's correct. And you really do. You have to know who. And that's been the point.
And that is the point. Exactly.
That's the point.
Exactly. I will say sometimes, depending on who I'm speaking to, I hope you don't mind, but this is so, and I will not let that go. And you know, many times there's okay, I hear you. And again, if they don't, then they just disappear, and that's, it is what it is. But yeah, we can't, you cannot climb the mountain, surmount it all, and then say, oh, okay, I've reached now, let me just kick back and, you know,
and go back to a
dictionary.
Culture. And go back to a dead culture. It's a dead
and go back to a dead culture.
And
you
it's not
do that.
It's culture.
But it's not exactly. You can't. Well, the living life is to be lived. I am alive. I am the living.
Yes.
Period.
That's the point. That's the point of all of this. And no one, because see, sometimes people that are in your life, whether they be a subject or whether they be moors, will test you to see.
Yes.
And this is one thing that I notice with subjects. Subjects will try and make themselves equal to you in every way. And they'll start mimicking you, the things you say, as if to say, well, we're all sovereign. No, that's actually not true, because you're not even on your own land. This is our land. We let you come here.
And that piece, exactly.
And here's the thing: some of them look like us, but they have a different mother, and they don't want to.
And that's one thing.
They don't want to hear.
And I do not hesitate to clarify that point.
And some of them act like they don't hear when you say that, but it's okay.
Right.
The system,
and it's okay, but I'm, you know,
the system will.
The fact is, and that's right, exactly.
The system
exactly, and it's, you know, it's not belligerence. It's just fact. We have spent how much time being fed nonsense, lies, taken as truth, and all of the, you know. No, now that I know, I will inform you.
You know what, Empress? Even the ones that don't do that, even the Moors who know better and they know their spirit is prompting them, when they don't do it, they still don't get full acceptance from the person that they're attempting to have their good graces, and, you know, because they won't correct them.
Listen,
they still don't get the approval.
They still
of that person.
Are kicked. Listen, when you settle for less, what do you get? You get less than you settled for.
Yes. Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is, those whom know who you are, when you do not stand, they despise you, actually. Not that they can despise or do anything, but if you get what I'm saying, they do, because they know and they actually want what you have.
Well, and here's the thing. They can have what we have to the degree that they are who they are.
But that's it. You will get what is yours.
It's equitable.
It's everything, exactly. But you must be properly identified. You must be who you are.
I'll say this.
And that's really...
Yes, Empress. Thank you so much. And that's not even, and some will take that as arrogance, but it's not. And I'm not going to keep walking back trying to explain that to people. That is not arrogance. It's facts. It's the truth that was hidden.
Oh, shit.
It was truth that was hidden. Oh, look at there.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's it. It's now, the truth is in my hand, my word.
Yes.
Bullshit.
One has to giggle at my lord. Cray.
So I'll say this too, that recently, and this was, and I knew what the lesson was going to be, but I had to test it one more time. I went around some people that I knew before. I've known these people for a very, very, very long time, long before I woke up to who I was. And I did what we are tempted to do sometimes, because we know they already know who we are and everything. So I dimmed my light. I took off my turban and just had my hair done, and just, and I willed to come into the environment and just blend in. So, that didn't even work. That by the time I was gone from there, I was talked about again still by the one or two who know who we are, and they've always had a thing about us. Even before we woke up, there was a thing about us. But
yes,
they still just created all types of havoc in their own lives, not mine, and not those not all of the others who love and accept us and all of that. But they created craziness in their own lives because of that. Picking up the phone, calling people. Did you see her? Did you see how she just wants all the attention in the room? And I was as quiet as I could be. I was as quiet as I could be without being rude.
We realize that the more you try to dim it, if we even try that, the greater the disturbance.
It's because we can't even fake commonality. And when I say common, I don't mean that we don't have kindred spirits. I don't mean that. I mean common actions, things that had people thinking we were the subjects and everyone else was the government.
Right.
We can't even fake that. We can't even fake it.
No, not possible. I know this.
I was doing it out of love. I was doing it out of love, because I know my light is bright. I know it. I know that, and you all know your lights are bright too. And I did it because I loved everyone that was there. I loved them. And I just willed to come in and sit down and just blend
in.
Yes. Just be a part of the group, just to see if I could. I was quiet. I hugged and welcomed everyone. I held the babies and kissed I did all that stuff. Everything that I thought about that would make them comfortable with me being there.
But you see, you can't make anyone else comfortable. The purpose of a light is to shine. A 100-watt bulb is going to shine 100 watts, no matter what you do. And that's something I had to learn for myself. Yes. Doesn't matter. I can't do anything for anyone else's light.
We all must know that.
Right.
We might as well be ourselves, because
that's it. And you're a bulb. You're a light. You're a light. You're a light.
It just didn't work. It didn't work because it's the ones that
not authentic
have something going on within them about themselves are going to have issue with truth. They're going to have issue with it. But at the beginning and end of the day, and this is the part I love again about all that we're stating and all that we're doing and who we are, is that the system is going to test everything.
Yeah.
And so at the beginning and end of the day, whether they like more science or not, they're still going to have to be themselves, because the system is going to test. That's what it's designed for, is for everyone to wake up. And for some to wake up, they have to be jolted by a jail cell or something,
or some other mashup. Yeah.
And that's not anything that we can warn them about. We can talk about it on the public record, and we can warn them in the best way that we know how, which is what we're doing right now. But ultimately, they're going to make the decision themselves, because that's what sovereign status is all about.
That's what sovereigns do, and we actually are assisting by telling, by talking, by stating our stories, by shining our lights, by being authentic, by being who we are. There's nothing else we can do.
Yes. Yeah. And that's actually the best way to assist them, is to continue demonstrating and stating who we are and being who we are and putting things on the public record and commanding and having dominion over all. That's how that's the best way to help them, to assist them.
That is because I'm sure, and I know this, they will, their awakening will be accelerated the more we have and take dominion over.
Yeah.
All.
Yeah. Because then they'll know that there's a way out from whatever it is.
Right.
Because
people are looking.
That was my last time. I even stated before I went to the place, I said, this is my last time doing this. This is my last time. Because I hadn't seen some of them in many years. So they know me, but they still know what we do. They know who we are. And that was my last time doing that. I'll never do it again. And that was a decision that I made, I just willed to see. I willed to see.
And how do we know? We only know by doing.
Yeah.
You have to.
We have to demonstrate.
Demonstrate.
And that's what we state all the time. Do the demonstration and see what happens. And whatever happens, you will know what to do next.
Right. Exactly. We don't even need to say not to do, because everything is to do. So there you go.
And even in those environments, and this is for everyone. Again, even in those environments, you're going to hear certain terminologies. Just like when I go out at the territory, sometimes there'll be a subject that will say, "Hello, hi." I just say "Grand Rising," and without fail they always say "What?" And I say, "You say hello, we say Grand Rising." That means we want you out of that hell that's so low that you keep talking about.
Yeah.
So some of the common terms, and again, it's a culture thing. It's a culture creation.
And culture's in the language.
Culture is in the language and in what we do, but that language is the piece right there. That's the piece. That is the piece de résistance, as they say.
De résistance, oui.
Yes, the part that cannot be resisted. So one day I was walking at the territory, walking down the street. I can't even say walking down the street. I can't walk down a street. I can walk walk up the street.
Right.
So I was walking, and on one side of the street, and then there was some modern Europeans on the other side, a couple. They were walking. And the ancestor said, I could see them a long way off, and the ancestor said, okay, let's do a test. Let's do a test. It's not a test for me, it's a test for them. And so the ancestors had already told me what they were going to do before I the paths came. And so I was walking down the street, or up the street rather, and I glanced over at them, And the woman said, "Hi," like that. She waved. I turned my head and I just kept going. The ancestor said, "Don't even smile." It was a test. Don't even smile. Just go on walking. She grabbed her husband's arm, or whoever she was walking with, and she was like, like that. I could see her out of the corner of my eye. She was really concerned that I didn't say or do anything. I didn't say anything ugly. I just kept going. The ancestor said, because see, I've been feeling, and I'll just say this, I've been feeling for years now, since I woke up, that there's something in the greetings that is telling them it's okay to say and do whatever they're saying and doing. It's something about those greetings that makes them think that they can do whatever, call the actors acting as police or whatever in your own area, territory. You're at your territory, and they feel they can call in somebody on you at your domicile or whatever. I said, it's something we're doing, it's something we're saying, because they know they don't have the authority to do it. We must be giving them some authority somewhere. We're going to stop that. And so the ancestors had me looking, and every time I would go somewhere and someone would say hi or good morning or hello, how may I help you? It just raised the flag in my system, in my spirit. And so I started looking at that, and the ancestor said wave and W-A-I-V are the same word. They said, and the palm of our hand is a sign of agreement. Remember back in the day when you used to watch Western movies, and whenever the Indian, quote unquote, would come would see someone coming, they would raise their right hand and say how. As a greeting, Well, we know the palm of our hand, because of the print of the palm of our hand, and each one is unique. The showing of the palm of the hand means that either someone is giving something or receiving something or welcoming or stopping. Because, if you do like this on social media, that means talk to the hand. That's what they said, talk to the hand. Because they know our hands speak back. Our hands have language.
And they're healing. The palm, when you lay hands on people, that's a power.
Come on now. So they knew that if we show the palm of our hand and wave, that's why they call it a wave. A wave is also a sea term.
It's a water term, exactly.
It's a water term. And whenever we would wave back at them, that would be like, yes, go ahead on to the land, because we're the portal. We are the portal for the land.
Right. And it's actually an acquiescence to a certain degree there.
It is an acquiescence, and it's permission. It's giving them permission.
And permission.
Go ahead.
Right.
And do their will.
Yeah, man.
That's why it's uncomfortable to me. It just felt uncomfortable. And when I began to test it, I realized that they knew, but we didn't. The one that was on the other side of the road there, she knew that if I did not give them permission, that they couldn't be out there. She knew that. That's why it bothered her. Then she had to go to her man, to the man, because there's a whole. I could speak about that for another hour about the patriarchy, because see, even in their laws, if a woman commits, and this is with the subjects, if a woman commits a crime, she can literally hide behind her husband, and he has to speak. She got to be quiet. That's written in the laws for the subjects. That's why marriage is so important for them.
Why they have no voice? Interesting.
The male have the authority in the subject world.
Yep. That's true. And we've all been subject, to it back in the funny mirror when one didn't know who they were.
And that's why genetically they tie everything to the man.
Yeah.
Genetically, I don't know a single male who has ever had a child. Not one.
Not one, won't ever be.
But genetically, they tie it to that. And again, we're not at war with our sons. Our sons are God, period. Okay? They're God, period.
Right.
So what we're talking about now is the patriarchy from the previous era.
Right.
And the common everyday things that we must be aware of so that we can change it.
Exactly.
So waving at someone, we wave at each other. That means no matter what you do, I love you. That's how we speak to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Islam nobility.
Greetings, when rising to all the Moors.
Great
peace
life.
And love. Yes. And enough love and respect. And greetings to Sasha. Enough love and respect.
Greetings, noble Anthony. Love. Malembe Yezola.
Islam. In regards to what you're saying about the hand, you know, a lot of people, they don't understand that even in the left hand, there's a certain power within the left hand. For example, when someone gives you something or hands you anything from someone that you're not sure about, you should receive it with your left hand, because your left hand has the power to cramp any negativity that someone is giving to you.
Yeah.
With the left hand. That's the power of the left hand. A lot of people don't know it.
Yeah.
And another thing, a brother was saying, and he kept using the word blessing. You know, a lot of people keep using words and casting spells and don't understand what they're saying or doing. For example, I had an experience this morning. You know, there's a brother, he has a stall on the roadside where he sells stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And every time that I would pass him, he kept saying, "Blessed brethren, blessed love." Mm-hmm. And I told him, I said, you need to stop using that word. And he got, I wouldn't say offended, but he became concerned because he's a Dreadlocks. And most Rastafarians, they're accustomed to using that word, bless and blessing. So he was, I was saying to him, you're not supposed to use that word. And he was like, why? And right away, another brother walked up to us and said, Grand Rising. And I said, you see that? That is a sign about what I'm about to tell you, to stop using the word blessing because you don't know the meaning of this word. So he asked me what it meant. I tell him, I said, blessing, with my research, it means sacrifice, regarding sacrifice like blood sacrifices and altars and those type of things. So when you keep saying blessing, you're casting a spell about sacrifice and don't even know what you're saying or doing. And right away, he wanted more information. So I tell him, I said, you need to get the Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, and look at meaning of words. Because as a child growing up, the most important book to me when I was attending school was the dictionary. And people wondered why I was so obsessed with the dictionary. Because when I hear people speak, I couldn't full stand certain things. So I would write down words. And when I wrote them down, I used to write them down as how I pronounced them. And my teacher used to say to me, this word you wrote down, it spells incorrect. I said, but that's how I pronounce the word. Yeah. I wrote it down and pronounced it the way I hear it. And when I came to be an adult and found out about the Black's Law Dictionary, it proved me right that the dictionary to define words was the most important book growing up in school. Yeah. So my advice to all of the brothers and the sisters, stop using that word, that blessed and blessed love and bless I, casting a spell, and it's not a good thing. I yield, Empress.
Islam. Nobility, for us, we try the spirits when they say that. We just try the spirit and see what the spirit says about it. Because if it's coming from someone that we already know has an agenda, there's no, how do I state this? Let me state this properly. Those who are not awake, they might as well not even open their mouths in terms of and when I say those, I'm talking about like if you're at the grocery store or you're somewhere out at the territory, and there's some modern ones there, or some Moors who are fast asleep. I'm going to make the statements the way they should be, even if I have to do it in my spirit. Because I do court actions in my spirit. I can be hearing someone say some things, and in my spirit, I'm doing a court action on them. And then out of my mouth comes, what is your name? Even if they've said it 2 or 3 times, I'll say, what is your name? The words that are being spoken, especially by other Moors, especially awakened Moors can say whatever they will to say. They can state whatever they will to state. We just try the spirit because, see, again, even someone who is awakened, if their spirit is right, when their spirit is right, I'll say that because they have a right spirit because they're awake, then they can say the word blessing, and my spirit, a red flag won't come up in my spirit. When the red flag, and that's the thing we always say, when the red flag comes up, let that be your guide. Okay, some people can say, this is such a blessing, light, I'm just so grateful, this is such a blessing. Or they'll say, light, I'm just sending all blessings to you. And I can receive that because of the spirit that it was given in. But if the truth center, if that red flag comes up for me because of it, maybe intention or there's some energy in it or something, either in my spirit or verbally, I will offer a better suggestion for that, So no word to me, just from our perspective, no word is off limits. All words can be used because there's duality in them. And when I say duality, I'm just stating that the spirit will tell you what the intention is behind the word. So any words are okay when used with the proper spirit and intention. And that's the way that we don't put any words off limits for any, especially for the sovereigns. And then we correct. We correct. Because culturally, this is about our culture. Because that means that our openness, there was a pull on that. Because we were so open. We just let everybody say any old thing. Because we willed that they feel comfortable. We're not at that point now. Now we must be comfortable with our own culture on our own land. That means honor to the nobility. That means proper addressing of the nobility by everyone, even us addressing each other. We must address each other with honor. Whether we agree or disagree, we still have to honor one another. I had a Moor tell me about a couple of weeks ago, this Moor had started an organization, And because we're in contact with each other because of some things we have that are similar, I asked him, you know, should we make a public statement of unity or whatever? And their response was, it's not in our will to be aligned with your government. Our response to that was, Islam, we honor your will. We are at peace with you because we know there's some war energy there. We know what the war energy is about. It's about the matriarch. And, you know, some don't want to see the patriarchy leave, but it's not natural. It's not natural. So we must, culturally, we are a matriarchal nation. And some, you know, some of our sons are not, they're not okay with that yet. But when they find out the benefits and the protections and all of that that come with their honoring the matriarchy, I don't need them to come and kiss my boot. I don't need them to do that to show that they honor the matriarchy. That's not what this is. My boots are not available for folks to be putting their lips on. Not even, none of that. What it is, though, is that your natural blessing, just like the very life and the breath that you breathe, came from a matriarch. Therefore, honor that. Honor your own existence by honoring the matriarch.
Islam
nobility. Islam.
You could also substitute the word blessings for blessing. How about that?
Yes, because vowels are interchangeable. You can put that however, because depending on your accent, you're going to state that word differently anyway. Some people say blessings because of where they come from. Their accent says blessings with a U instead of an E. Well, what does that mean for them? We just try the spirit. We just try the spirit, and if the spirit is not, if it's not an agreeable spirit, we just say, well, we understand and overstand your energy. You know, and that's what that is our statement to all when they say things like that. Like new Moors come in and they're excited and they will to bliss and bless. We accept it and we say we feel you, we feel you, we feel your energy, and we accept that. We accept it. It's acceptable to us, and then hopefully our blessing them back is acceptable to them. It's a culture thing. It's about our culture. It's not to be swept under the rug. Our culture is not to be swept under the rug. It's not to be by us. We're to honor our culture, and everyone else will too. Islam, Empress.
And me personally, I have natural hair, and to call them dreadlocks is actually a negative connotation to me. Dreadlocks. They're not dread. Why are they called dreadlocks? My natural hair. Dread is not a positive or beauty, or I just wanted to, put that out there.
And see, Empress, again, with each one of us, it's going to resonate at a different frequency. And now, see, for us, and again, we affirm all that's being stated. We affirm what you state, Empress. Therefore, we will not refer to your hair as dreadlocks. When, we will state that it's your hair. It's not fur, it's hair. For us, if we had locks in our hair, which we do not, but if we had them, and someone called them dreadlocks, we would agree with them, because we know how powerful we are, and we know that our power has been dreaded with the misuse of it. We know that. There was a time when whenever you would see a turban or a fez coming, dread hit the people, because they knew somebody somewhere, if the Moors are showing up, and especially if it's a black fez, somebody's in trouble. Somebody has forgotten who they are on either side. And again, we're all one. So we even get that. That's why it was called dreadlocks in the first place, because if you saw those locks coming, somebody was getting judged. Somebody was being judged for some things. So we know that we're very powerful. We know that. So we, for us, we just let it be what it is. In many instances, if someone said that, we would actually be a little bit flattered, because we already know. And that word flattered is not even the right word. We would be okay with it, But we, and this is really important, but we honor Empress Nana, your will, and we will not say that about you, because of how that resonates with you. And that's what I mean by honoring one another. As long as we honor one another, those that say they're black and Negro and colored, we couldn't change them anyway. If that's who they say they are, okay, but we put the truth on the public record. We know you got a truth center, and we know that when your truth center hears the truth and sees the truth, that it's going to resonate. So we're ourselves, and we don't allow anyone to call us black and Negro and colored and African American, and things like that.
Islam.
Islam, because see, the system is going to test that thing. If they claim to be black, the system is going to test it out of them. That's what's happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
Islam, Empress Imani.
Islam. One of the things that does cause my hair to raise on my skin is when people say that they are a U.S. citizen.
Yeah.
So
U.S even stand for? What is it? It doesn't stand for anything.
Basically, and then I walk up on, some quote unquote sleeping Moors and to engage in a conversation, because, whatever they're doing, and, I have a question, what are you doing? And then my next question is, okay, so who are you, or do you know who you are? And the response is, of course, I'm a U.S. citizen. And I'll go, no. And then, of course, they ask me, well, who are you? And then I'll tell them who I am. I'm a maker. And I ask them, well, where are you from? Because I want to know, okay, who's your mama? Where's your mama from? They explain all of that to me, and then they ask me, well, where are you from? I say, Turtle Island.
Yeah. And
then, of course, most people are confused with that answer. Turtle Island, where is that? I say, everywhere you walk. It's Turtle Island. But anyway, so another thing I wanted to kind of touch base on is, and I'm not sure which one I want to do first, but I want to bring up a question about the palm first, and then I want to go to the turban. So when we speak about the palm and the importance of the palm, how important is it when we are handshaking with people? Because when I don't want to handshake with someone, I let them grab my fingers because I don't want you to grab my palm. We're not doing that one. We're not
in your spirit that told you or that made you uncomfortable with that.
We're not exchanging energy.
Wow, that's so good, because that's exactly what happens when you do that. There's agreement, and that's a contract.
Yeah. So I let them grab my fingers. You know, I kind of give my hand just enough for them to just grab my fingers because you're not grabbing my palm. And I don't want to appear to be rude or anything like that. So I kind of let you just kind of hang on to the little fingers.
I'm so glad you said that. because you know, because here's the thing. That feeling of, I just don't want to be rude, we must be ourselves. And even by a little bit of them touching you, it's still the same exchange of energy.
Okay, and I'm glad I brought that back up, because that happened to me this week, and I didn't feel comfortable about it, even with the fingers. So I thought, okay, I'm going to have to learn not to even extend my hand. I'm just going to look at you. You got your hand out. Your hand's just out. I don't know. I don't know how to help you with that one.
Yeah.
But I do know that they get offended by us, especially when we put them in their place. They get offended. Because I was at the post office, dropping off, you know, my letters and documents, you know, and I was standing right there because I had quite a few, and I would put them in this little, I wouldn't say a cart, but this little tray that I kind of carry my envelopes in, my documents, because sometimes they're heavy. I don't want to bend them before I get them to where I want them to go, and I want to keep them crisp. So if anything happens to them afterwards, that's going to be afterwards, but not while I have them. So anyway, so I was standing there trying to get them together so I can put them in that little, you know, space that we do. Well, here comes this subject behind me, and I'm aware that she's coming. And at that moment, I turn so that I can put my envelopes where they ought to be. Well, she's thinking she's going to jump ahead of me. And I was very cordial with her to let her know, because she said, oh, are you about to do this? And I didn't even respond. And so she stood there, and she was too close to me. And I said, would you back up? And she would not. She kind of stood where she was and kind of motioned like she backed up, but she didn't. So when she didn't, I turned around and I said, I can't remember what I said right now, but I gave her a little force, and I said, back up. She thought I was being rude.
Someone should knock you out, bitch, you stupid cunt. Stupid cunt.
Go ahead, Empress.
So she thought I was being rude. No, I wasn't being rude, because I asked you politely first. And then someone else wanted to jump in and say I was rude. No, I wasn't rude. So I'm always cordial first until Kali's energy raises up in me, and then you better back off. It's like you got to go. And that's what happened. So anyway, but yeah, and then so the third thing that I wanted to talk about is the turban. So how important is the turban? Because I mean, I noticed that you have one, and I wore one, you know, when I took my ID and all of that. Okay, but now it's, you know, I'm thinking that it goes to a more important level, which is kind of like what you touched on, which is being out in public, correct?
So, I'll just show you Masonic. I'll pull up a Masonic pyramid, and I'll show you where the turban is here on this pyramid. Let's see if we can make this bigger on the screen. Just a moment. Okay. So if you will notice, down at the bottom of the pyramid, no one's wearing a turban down here at the bottom. There's people in suits in what we would call, quote unquote, Western wear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Only as you rise do the turbans and fezzes come in. So if you look, the higher you go up comes the turban and the fez.
The noble.
That has to do with, yes, nobility and what you know. It's a sign of knowledge is what the turban and the fez is. It means you know something that the average person does not know.
Oh, I need to start wearing mine.
You know, Empress, there are some who have said, you know, I don't like them because they make me look like a, you know, Aunt Jemima or somebody. You know, those people, I always tell them, don't wear it until you feel comfortable. And for some of them, they'll never put it on because they're never going to rise above the ego that would tell them something like that. They're never going to rise above that if they don't let go of that energy and actually start to know. Only those who know. So let me tell you, when subjects see us out and about with our turban, they already know what time it is.
Ooh.
They already know what time it is. They know. It's only other Moors that are asleep that don't know.
Right.
They think we're having a bad hair day, which is never the case.
But you know, oftentimes when I'm explaining to, I guess, almost anyone that I'm having a conversation with, and I explain to them where the U.S is, the U.S. Called government, and I said, okay, so let's look at it because supposedly this is a country, okay? So the U.S. United States is supposed to be a country, but you have a president. So who has a president is a corporation. Yes. And then I said to them, I said, when you look at the other countries and stuff, who do you see? What kind of people do you see that is heading the country? And you seeing all these people of nobility that is head of the country, not a president. So I say, and you know, and I try to explain to them, that's how you know that the U.S. corporation is what it is, a corporation. You got a president and a vice president.
Yeah.
It's like it's in your face.
Yeah.
Right there, in your face. But then, you know, about the turban, though, because I wondered about the turban, and I will eventually get to that point. I got to kind of size mine a little down a little bit because mine is just...
Whenever you just don't do it before you're ready.
No, I'm not ready. I just need to figure out how I want to wear it, you know, where I can just whip it real quick and I know what I'm doing. Not that, oh, okay, I'm going to spend 20 minutes. I can't figure it out. So anyway, but because a lot of times I'm not going anywhere but to the store, I already have something on my head.
Whenever you're ready.
So it's like, well, why not put a turban on?
Whenever you're ready.
So anyway, but then I think this is my final question. So as mothers and as the matriarch, do we make our sons chiefs, or how does that work?
They were born chiefs and kings and emperors. They were born that, so we don't have to make them anything. We already did that work.
That's what I kind of thought.
In the womb.
Right.
And whenever they will to accept the responsibility that comes with the title, because see, people will take a title quick.
Yes.
But the responsibility that comes with it is the real deal. That is when you don't have to call yourself anything because other people will already know what you do and who you are, and they will state that about you before you ever have a chance to tell them you're king so-and-so or emperor so-and-so. You will be doing the work that kings do.
There you go. Well, I think that's the end of my question. So if anybody else wants to tag on to that, they more than welcome to do so. Islam, thank you so much, Islam.
You know, when I think about the sons that do not honor the matriarch for whatever reason, for whatever the reason is, number one, they're not honoring themselves. And let me just change that around. When I think about the sons that do honor the matriarch, first and foremost, they're validating their own existence, their very existence. They're validating their own bloodline, the nobility that comes in their bloodline. That's the first thing. But also, the sons that honor the matriarch, there is a nobility about them that other people will know that who they are by how they honor the matriarch. Any matriarch, any of us, when they honor us, people will automatically go, wow, you must be a king. You must be an emperor. And every now and then we will come into the energy field of a son that says all the right words, but his energy is hate energy. All we do is will them well. And when we will them well, we the matriarch, when we will them well, the system that will make them well will appear for them.
Sorry, Empress Light, could you open up the shutter, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
When we will our sons well, no matter who they are, no matter what, because we've met some who say all the right words, but ultimately their intention comes out, and there's some anger or some frustration or whatever the case may be. We are to will them well, and when we will them well, the universe will send all that is necessary for them to heal. And here's the thing, either they will heal or they will heal. And that goes for everyone.
So what about the daughters? Because shouldn't our daughters honor the matriarch as well? And what happens to them when?
So again, we will everyone well. Will them well. What does that look like?
Yeah.
It's a simple court action in the mind of the matriarch that wills them well. We command the energies to be well, but we don't have to do that to them. We do it. We speak to the spirit realm, because that's where the healing has to come.
Bullshit.
It has to come there first. It has to come there first. Okay? And when the energy comes in the spirit realm, because that's where their battle is happening. See, we're not at war. That's why we can will people well, and them actually get well. Because we're not at war in the spirit realm. They are at war with who they are. Okay? They're at war with who they are, and particularly the daughters. Our daughters will know who they are by looking at us and how we do things, not by hearing us talk to them and badger them about being the nobility and all of that. Just the same way they learned, and the same way we learned to be who we are by our mothers. I thought I was a Christian civil rights activist because my mother was very vocal. Took so much.
Imani's an entitled old Negro. Imani's
So my mother was so much so that they ended up, they named parks and things and streets and monuments and things after her and her family, which is, we're the Ritchie clan, all of that. just from being vocal. I learned to be who I am. I learned to be who I am from her. Our heirs will learn the same way. I'm watching my heiress know who she is because I know who I am. And there's a certain amount of security in that for them. There's a security in that for them. There's a grounding. They get grounded very well with that. Just one.
Oh, shit.
So, with that being stated,
can I say something really, really quick? Because I know you probably... And I just wanted to mention...
With that being stated, you're entitled...
Obviously, I'm getting pretty popular here because I'm rising. So my appellation is being broadcasted. So it's
they're not talking to you. They're talking to corpses. That's why we don't respond.
I just figure I'm rising. I am obviously rising, which is fabulous. Great. Islam.
So, in conclusion of this portion of our topic, when we say even the words hi and hello, we know that in the secret treaty of Verona, there is something called the high contracting parties. And when we say hi to someone, I could say hi to Moors all day long, because that's really where we are the high places. We are the high places. We are the high places. There's no place outside of us that's high. We're the high place. A place becomes high because we're there. So know this, all Moors know this. The high that you give to someone else when you speak, they're going to take that. So that's another reason why we don't say hi out casually and just, even going to the mailbox and, that's the first thing they say, hi, or they wave. We say grand rising, period. Because can you rise if you're already high? No. We're here to uplift all of fallen humanity. Someone saying hi, that's a lie if they're saying hi and they're not high. They're not in the high places. By the same token, we don't give high places away. We don't give them away. So it is in our everyday language and the most casual of conversations, including pillow talk. That's where all of that stuff started happening. And again, that's why, foreigners were sending their daughters here first, and their daughters and sons here to mingle and mix, because they know the pillow. If you don't get jurisdiction anywhere else, you can try at the pillow. You can do that. You can try it in the bed, and most likely. Again, we're not telling sovereigns what to do. In your own personal lives, you do as you will. You do as you will. We are going to be ourselves, period. We're going to be ourselves. That's not a slight against anyone because, again, we love everyone. We love everyone. But at some point, which is now, and nunc pro tunc, truth stands. Truth governs. So, goodbye or bye-bye. That's a contract. Again, culturally. And culture that word is in its proper place. Culture is whatever we will for it to be in its proper place. At some point, like now, we must stop talking our own selves under other authority, because there's no authority but us. So that is why we do what we do. That's why we do the court actions. You know, we don't even we don't talk on the phone without being aware of all of this. But see, the ancestors, for us, for us in particular, or specifically, the ancestors took our cell phone and set it aside for a couple of years. So now we know how to use it. We didn't know how to use it before as effectively as we do now. As effectively as we do now. Now we know court actions and all of that. And even the most casual of conversations, ensuring, because see, the universe can still hear. And if you black and proud with your sister's aunt's brother's little cousin, the universe can still hear. It's important that we set the tone for what is being stated about us everywhere, including our clans. Because see, Morris, this is one thing you know it, but we're going to clarify it for you. If you are the only one awake in your entire clan, you are leading the clan whether you know it or not, because they can't lead themselves. We see that because then they'll run down the street and call somebody a judge or an officer who's not even that. You're leading the clan. What does that look like? It does not look like what the previous era of leading people looked like. It doesn't look like that. You lead the clan by your life and what you do. That's how you lead your clan. And when matters need to be addressed, you can address them without even opening your mouth to your clan about how you address that matter. Just address it in your documentation and keep on moving. You don't have to tell everybody that all the land belongs to you in the clan. It does it belongs to them too. They just don't know how to express that on paper. So you express it first. You don't even have to tell them that you did that. Just express it and let the system tell them. Because see, that's what they're going to look at that anyway. They're going to look at what the system says. And don't let the system tell you what to do or anything like that. Just speak to it and give the system time to do what systems do, which is system. Islam. Nobility.
Islam. I wanted to speak on what you were just saying about the basically the clan and the, I guess, people that has certain, I guess, titles, or not really titles, but more so I'm saying some people are doing the duty or upon the responsibility, but without a title. But essentially, let's just say you're being a chief without even knowing you're being a chief, or you're being, whatever, without even knowing that's actually what you're doing, just with the action of your daily routine, and you're, just being you're just still doing it. And you don't even know that's what the title holds. It's connected to that, so to speak.
Sounds like a ghetto-ass Negro to me. Ghetto-ass Negro.
It is actually impossible to actually do it correctly and not know that you're doing it correctly. It's impossible to be doing chief duties and not know that that's what you're doing. It's impossible to do it. Because nationality is again the acceptance of your title as chief. Yes, they may be doing it, but they are always going to be doing it in a fake system instead of the real system. So the system is not even going to respond the way they think the system should respond until they speak to the right system. because you can't be a chief in a dead system. The system won't let you do that. That's why we created our own system from ancient times, because a dead system, or a system that is subject, there's subjects in a subject system, and then we govern over all of that. So, I get what you're saying, what you're stating, nobility. I have a sister who, she keeps all the family documents and things of that nature, and that's great. She should. We have to restate. So all we've been doing is just taking our time, and as the Spirit leads us, we restate those documents. Those family documents must be restated to be governing clan documents.
Okay.
And you are the holder of those records. That's why we state what we state. They're leading the clan in the best way they know how to lead the clan, or the family rather. They say the family. They're leading the family, and we're not even mad at that. But when we see things and our spirit says that needs to be restated, we just go ahead and restate it. We don't ask permission. We don't have a family meeting, because it's not about the family. It's about the clan. It's about the few, because the clan includes those who are not even here yet.
Unborn.
The unborn. And the clan includes those who've been way, way back. Because see, now I'm able to give information about our clan, that even the ones who do the duties of leading the family, they don't have the same information, because they don't know where to look for that information. So I'm able to give that information, and every now and then on our family, thread, I'll put something in there about our family, about our clan rather. Something that goes back 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 generations. And I'll say, if you look at this will prove that. And they love it. They love it. But see, again, I don't have to force more science on them. I don't have to talk about nationality. All I have to do is give them a certain thing. They already know we're all about nationality. And whenever they ask me, when they say, well, I'm having this going on, well, if you would just declare your nationality and then do this, that problem will go away.
Right.
That's how we do it.
Indeed.
But we don't say it until they ask. We don't say it until they ask. Because see, asking is how you let the universe know that you're ready to receive that information. Just like when we first woke up, my first question to the ancestors was, how do we get past fake courts and fake judges and fake policy enforcers, fake police? And they said, be that, and you're past it. Be the court, be the judge, be the police for you, police you first.
Absolute.
And you won't even have to worry about actors acting like they're policing you. And bing, it works like a charm. It works like a charm. Anything that, if you're having problems with the light company, be the light company, and then tell them actors to stop acting. All of this is the transition.
Rover Company,
one by one. This is how this works. And it starts again with what comes out of your mouth. See, your culture, that word is a subordinate term to your nationality and your authority. When they say culture, We just elevate and say, no, not culture, because culture is about race. And you know, we're not a race of people. No, we're not that. We are the nobility.
Indeed.
So now you're not talking about culture, you're talking about the law.
Right.
It's someone's culture to say to you, to greet you a particular way. What's up, man? Not what's up. I'm not a what. I'm who. Now let me tell you who I am.
Correction, basically.
The word what and who, those words were mixed up in the previous era. They were mixed up. There was a mix up there. They wanted you to be a what so they could be a who. When they knew they weren't a who, they are a what. So they had you saying, what's up? So with that being stated, let us go here. I have a question. Thank you, nobility. This is a yes or no question. Woo, yes or no question. And I was going to take a survey, but it's not necessary to do that. Are we forbidden to use force? That's a yes or no question. Yes or no. Without explanation, yes or no.
No.
Are we forbidden to use force?
No.
No.
Now, okay. Wow.
Well, I just want to say I was going to say yes, but under certain circumstances, but everybody else said no, so I would like to hear the feedback for it.
So empresses, and it was mostly empresses there that said no. Why do you say no, empresses?
Islam, this is Empress Imani. So we are God, and God holds all power.
Yes.
So whatever duty, whatever correction that God needs to make, God has the power and the force to do it, to get it done. The Biblio says that when God, let me see, how did it go? I may be misquoting it, but the scripture in the Biblio says that when God had no one else to swear by, God swore by himself. So God don't need nobody to tell her what to do, when to do it. The authority is God. And that is who we are. So we do have the force to put people in their place, just like the example that I given at the post office. I'm nice to you first. I will respect you first. I'll give you respect, common respect, because I want that to come back. After I have given you that and you don't respond, now I'm coming with force. Because Kalima does not play. I use force and get it done. Islam,
thank you for that, Empress. So I already can feel it, that there are some who are uncomfortable with that word and the use of force because of past trauma. Let's ask another question. Question 2 of 3. What is the difference between war and force? Because, see, we're not at war with anyone. Let's make that very, very clear. We are not at war with anyone. We're not at war with ourselves, and we're not at war with anyone else. We're not at war with each other, and we're certainly not at war with our subjects. What is the difference between war and force? Anyone. Just take what does your spirit say?
Islam. We are at war, baby girl. We declare war. We declare war.
So that is just a moment. Islam, Empress Shasha.
So I would say it's the war and force. Force is energy. Force is energy. It can be gentle. It can be heavy. It can be. So I would say that the difference between war and force is energy in its authentic state.
Indeed. Wow. Islam.
Are you?
Empress Cynthia. Islam. Wow.
Islam. It's the intention behind it.
Yes.
Because there are times when you are faced with having to use that force. And yes, I will use it.
Islam. So, Empress Cynthia, what I'm hearing is I'm hearing the other definition of force in your energy.
I am living that. I've had some revelations the last few days, and I'm working through some things that have been done to me. There's someone here in the park that have killed 5 of my cats, and I just recently found out who that person is. So yes, you are hearing a little bit of the other one. But when it comes down to it, I wait until I hear my higher voices before I take any action. But if I'm confronted with someone face to face, and if my life or theirs, I mean in that sense, yes, I will use it. But in the meantime, I feel that if someone has harmed me or my family, I have to take some appropriate action behind that. So yes, I'm working through that energy right now.
Islam.
I yield. Islam.
We send you all the support that you need to work through that, for sure. Because we know that no one can even come face to face with God. There's no such thing as an enemy coming face to face with God. That will never happen. It never has, and it never will. They are where they are, and we are where we are. So the remedy, and I'll just make this statement, the remedy in any situation, even those the one that you just described, the remedy is always going to be ignore the noise and state the law. Stay on the documentation. Stay on restatement. Restate who you are and restate who they are. But do that. You don't even have to see. That's what I'm saying. They can't even come face to face with you when you restate who they really are. When you
because you're fucking crazy. You're insane.
When you identify them properly, all of that will stop. All of that will stop. I'm telling you firsthand, when you properly identify the parties, and that's by court action, and we can do that. We can send that through the mail and just put it on the public record, and I can guarantee you it will do what it's supposed to do. Islam.
Oh, shit.
So
Islam.
now,
Islam, I can confirm that.
Yes, indeed.
Islam, we are for, so we don't have to do anything but be ourselves.
So let's look at the definition of force with that in mind, Empress Nabi, because that's when I looked in the Webster's unabridged 1828 dictionary, this came up. Force as a noun, a waterfall. A waterfall, so called from its violence or power. So either it's going to be violence or it's going to be power. Our force is power, not violence. That's how our force manifests. Our force is power, not violence. We don't have to be violent. But look at this word force. The word force means strong. strong, strong in the Latin. The Latin word for force is fortis. It means strength, energy, just like Empress Shasha stated so brilliantly as usual, vigor and power, the intensity of power. We're using force whether we like it or not. We've been using force the entire time. It's just a matter of what our intention is with our force. Force. Now, some of these definitions are not correct. They're incompetent, some of them. But in reality, it's truth. Physical power, that's force. And that's, those of us who work out regularly, we already know that we're a physical force. We're a physical force just on sight, just by looking at us. We're a physical force. This says strength exerted against a person or thing. Listen, if the person is a dead person, then our nationality is the force. I exerted force against the dead Pauline Denise Ritchie that fraud attempted to make. And they attempted to use it so that I would accept the identity of that dead corpse. But we said no, but we knew how to do that. We knew how to say it. The way you state that is you state it in your documentation. And again, the fiduciary document that we have on the public record is that statement. Number 4, the power of a person to act effectively and vigorously, moral strength. Now, let me say this about all, and we've said this before, but we'll keep it reiterating and emphasizing this. Anything that we do it for us first. Then it can be successfully demonstrated where others are concerned. So the first person, and I'm using that word, the first person that we, the people, exercise force with is our own person, the person we own. So the power to control, persuade, influence, effectiveness. It's about effectiveness. So yes, the answer, and I'm actually a little surprised, but I don't know why, that most of you all, and actually everyone, said that yes, we can use, that we are not forbidden to use force. In fact, we must use force. But knowing competently what that looks like, you will know that you don't have to change a thing that you're doing. We don't have to change anything that we're doing. Just keep doing what we're doing. See, our great Sheikh Taj said, he's always stated, keep doing what you're doing, keep doing what you're doing. He knows that it's a force. And the way force is most effective is a slow, steady, heavy presence over time. Not overnight, just over time. That's where force gets heavier and heavier. It's like when you're carrying something, you can carry something heavy for a minute or two, but the longer you carry it, the heavier it gets when it hasn't changed. That is what we're doing. That's what this government is. That's what this nation is. That's what all of this is. That's who we all are. We are the force at Earth, and over time, we're changing everything around us. Over time, the longer we stand and present and be ourselves, everything bows to our will. Everything. Everything and everyone bows to our will. Our will. Together. Number 7 says, any organized group. And they say of soldiers and sailors, they're talking military terms. Any organized group. And that is how the subjects knew that if they acted for a while, that after a while, if we don't deem them crazy, throw them in a crazy house, that somebody's going to start believing that crap. Somebody's going to think that they're such good actors that they're really police and that they're really the government when they're not. That's why it's called law. That's why we are law enforcement. Enforce is IN space FORCE. That's law enforcement. We enforce it first on our person and then on all other persons. It says any group of people organized for some activity. And didn't our prophet Noble Drew Ali state, active Moors, not passive? Number 9, in law, binding power, validity. Validity? Did you know that the word force means binding power and validity at law? That's not something that you just do one time and expect the whole world to just, no, you enforce it over time. And like just as Empress Shasha stated, gently, gently, gently. And when we demonstrate and when we are the force most competently, we never have to be heavy-handed with it. When we do it competently, we can speak softly and it will work. We just send the word and it will work. We never have to come out of our nobility and change up and start warring. Never. When we do it right, the first few times, get into the habit of using your force with your inside voice. That's what they call it. Your outside voice is when you're yelling and screaming and things like that. We don't use the outside voice. We use the inside voice. That's the nobility. Number 10, in physics, the cause of motion or of change or stoppage of motion of a body. This is the Moorish divine and national movement for the world. We are the force, period. There is no other. Animal force, muscular power. We restate that. We'll restate that. We have muscle power. Either you have muscles or you're muscular. And I guess an animal can be muscular. We have the muscle. By force and arms, in law, by force, violently. So there can be peaceful force, and then in the previous era, we saw what violent force looked like. We don't have to use that. In force, in full strength, in full number. See, that is why there have been previous attempts to make it look like there's only 50 of us, there's only 40 of us, there's only 20 of us, because there is a knowing in the universe that we are at full strength when we are at full number. What is the number whereby we are full strength? Does anyone know? I know this Congress knows. Can anyone answer that question? What is the number that is the full number whereby we are at full strength? Islam nobility.
Is 144,000?
That's one of the numbers, but that's not the main number.
Okay.
Islam.
Islam, Empress Sasha.
Well, I'm going to excuse me. I'm going to say when we are all one, when we are whole, that's one.
Of course you would get it right. Of course you would say the right number for a sovereign. One.
That's correct.
That's all it takes, is one of us.
One.
Just one. Who knows how to not exercise, how to be force. How to enforce. Just one. We're that powerful that the whole earth, the whole world is under our dominion with just one of us. Look how many we are. Just one. I'll let that sink in. Of force. Force, used properly, validates everything you say and everything you do. And then synonyms for the word force is strength, power, might, and energy. Force. Now, look at these synonyms here for force as a verb transitive. Not as a noun, but as a verb transitive. It means to coerce, to compel, to drive, to make, and to necessitate. I will that we look at the word drive in all of its manifestations. See, the majority of us, the only way that tests would present is when we were driving. An automobile. The majority of us have been pulled over in the enactment. Drive and force are the same thing. That means who controls your movement. Because see, the Moorish divine and national movement for the whole world had to be presented in a way that everyone knows who's controlling the movement. Because we all control that movement. We all do, together. And then we each do as the sovereign, each one of us. So driving has been a key element. And that's why so many were pulled over. Because the question is, who controls the movement, the Moorish divine and national movement? Who controls that? Well, I'll respond to that question with the answer. The answer is whoever controls the drive, the force, the driving, the movement. You know where I'm going with this. You control the Moorish divine and national movement when you can drive unencumbered. That word is there, but it was called driving for a reason. Yes, we travel freely, but driving, some don't drive freely yet, but you will. Look at this, the word force, because see, everything that happens in the spirit realm and that has been stated in the spirit realm has a physical manifestation. So, force, to endeavor. And I did not care too much for the word strive, so I did not underline the word strive, because strive indicates that we have to keep trying to do things. No, we don't have to try, just be. And here it is, the what they call the obsolete definition of the word force is to be of importance. And the root word for the word importance is port, portal. Who's the force? Who's determining that? Who's making that decision? Who's making that decision? And then Black's Law Dictionary, power dynamically considered that is in motion or in action. Constraining power, compulsion, strength directed to an end. And since we don't end, that's what makes us the force also. So think about that word, and everyone was correct initially, that no one can forbid us to use force. In fact, we've been the force the whole time. Now let's look briefly at the word war. War, confusion, strife. We're not confused, and again, we're not striving. We're not making war. We're not carrying on hostilities. We're not engaged in violent military operations. We are peacekeepers where military is concerned. It says to be in a state of hostility or contention. Think about the enemy combatant laws, quote unquote, or acts rather. Enemy of the state and all of that. That's hostility and contention. And then it says here, war, to carry on as a contest. Remember, for those who were previously in the military in the enactment from the previous era, they would always, after you spoke to someone who you thought was your superior, they would say, carry on. That means keep warring against yourself. They didn't have to do it because they don't have the authority to do it. We had to do it. It's so easy for us to declare and proclaim peace and be peace.
Empress, can you open the meeting?
Sure. So that's the difference between war and force. War is confusion and striving and strife. And listen, many times we felt like we were striving and at war. We felt like that at different points. But we don't feel that way anymore. We know better. Whenever you see Moors warring and we're at war, this is war, you just know that they're incompetent and that they are confused and that they are striving for something that they don't have to strive for. We already own everything. Everything is already ours. Everything is already ours. So why would we be in hostility and contention? Particularly with the subjects and with each other. Because, see, we're not confused about each other either. That's what we stated earlier about those who call themselves Indian and things of that nature. We're not at war with anyone, we're not confused, we're not in strife. because the system will do the work that we thought we had to do. Let the system. Let the system do what it does. Because at some point they will appeal to the system based on status. And that's why some keep trying to cling to that U.S. system, which is not a real system. They keep clinging to it, but listen, the United States, the company, not the land, the company, the system works for us, period. Spelled all the way out and the way we intend. Now, look really quickly here at these last few words. A war bride. Because, the Christians, quote unquote, and I'll call them the commercial mercenary Christians, not the real Christians, but the commercial mercenary ones, who like to throw fiat around. They talk about the bride of Christ, and how the bride is making herself ready. Well, there's a bride of Frankenstein, and even that, Frank means free. So it's all in the language and the knowing. A war bride is any speculative security based on war contracts. A war bride is a debt bond, because that's supposedly a security. Fiat is was pretending to be a security, but it's a war bride. It's a war contract. So any speculative security, and the word speculative, the root word of the word speculative is still species. It's still species. So any security, quote unquote, which we know those were not securities because they didn't secure anything or anyone living. And then a war cry, and this is why we have restated everything. We're not at war. Striving stops when peace is present. A war cry, a name, a phrase, a slogan, etc., shouted in a charge or battle. And a charge is going to indicate that there's somebody that's pretending to be the creditor and somebody pretending to be the debtor, and the one pretending to be the creditor is going to charge the debtor based on the name that they use.
Fiat is alive.
There it is.
Fiat is alive.
Ooh, look, somebody sound like they're underwater, which they are, lost at sea. War cry, a phrase, or it's all about the word.
Your Land Rover's lost at sea.
That's why they say that this is why in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word is God. That's why. Because again, a name, a phrase, a slogan, adopted by a party in any conflict, contest, election. And that's why we were so victorious on November 5th.
Where's your Land Rover, bitch?
That is where that's where the victory comes from for November 5th. Is we did not.
But a Land Rover doesn't come from there.
We didn't war by pretending to be a name put out by a fake, fraudulent entity. We didn't cast a bullet. We didn't cast a bullet. We didn't cast a bullet on November 5th. We're not at war. Why would we do that?
If there ever was a fake, it's Pauline.
Why would we cast a bullet on November 5th? Why? Why would we do that? We're not at war. Because, see, there has to be a name attached to the bullet that they call a ballot. The name attached to a ballot for whatever election, whoever it is that's putting all of that out there, they own the names for that election, quote unquote. That's why we don't do it with them. We vote and elect and do things here for our own nation and our own government because we're not at war. War is taking someone else's person and pretending that their person is you. War song, a song having war. Hello, rappers. And I said hello because I meant hello. And that's only to the ones that were warring, not the others. Or warlike deeds for its subject. A patriotic song inciting to war. See, even if the matriarch made a song that appeared to be a war song, it's still a peace song. It's impossible for a matriarch to even make war. It's impossible. A song having war or warlike deeds for its subject. A patriotic song inciting to war. Because that's the only place that war occurs is in patriotic environment. And again, that's not patriarchs like our patriarchs, because our patriarchs don't war. A patriarch and a patriot are not the same. Patriarch is a part of the Ark of the Covenant that we have.
This is still a man's world,
okay?
It's still a man.
That's what war sounds like right there. It's complete confusion. Complete confusion. Completely confused. That's war. We don't war. We don't have to war. We're not confused. We know who we are. Are there any questions, comments, wisdom about this particular, any questions, comments, wisdom about this particular topic? Before we go to our third question, we have one other question. And again, according to the Constitution, we can ask questions without it being a court action to each other or on each other in Congress. That's Article 1, Section 6 of the Constitution. Any other questions, comments, wisdom, Islam? So speaking of the word drive, we have the right to travel, but do we will to drive? Because we like automobiles. That's obvious. Conveyances. All who will to drive, that means be a force. That means be the force. See, those who drive legally are actually showing the presentment of whose land it is, because you're moving about freely. That's what the Moorish Divine and National Movement is, movement, free movement. Do we will to drive? Then we will use the proper documentation to do so. The competent documentation. Drive. Let's look at that word because, listen, they were saying something. They were trying to hint to us when they started talking about driver's licenses and stuff like that and pulling folks over, trying to get them to be U.S. citizens. They were saying something. They were trying to speak then, even though they can't say anything to us directly. Islam justice. Islam. Look at the word drive. And that's another reason why they wanted you to run from this word too. See, all words, again, belong to us. But there are some, they're telling them you can travel, but you're not driving, and then they'll go and get in a car and go to the grocery store. That's commercial activity. Those are commercial actions. That's driving. We have the right. It's not a privilege to drive for us. It's a right because the land belongs to us. It's not a privilege. It's a right. And here's why. To drive, to compel movement, to urge on, to urge forward, to force to move. As we're driving, because again, obviously, the previous state of the movement was hindered because Moors were not sure how to be able to do things and to drive. They were not sure about how to do that. They willed to drive, but they didn't know how to do it unencumbered. I'll say it that way, unencumbered. That was one of the things that one of the first tests that we had was we put our moorishe tags on our conveyance, on our automobile. This was back in 2017. The moment we woke up, we changed everything just like that. And first, on the ground, on the land. And that was one of the first tests is being pulled over. Driving. Because we were going places, still are. To force to move. I would rather be on force of my movement than someone else. Force. As we drive a nail into wood with a hammer or a scepter. The wind drives a ship on the ocean. Wind is breath. Wind is words. The word will determine where the ship going. To force into or from a state. Drive. Let that sink in because it sure had to just absorb into my being. When I realized how powerful our driver licenses are when we talk about the system that was pretending to be that thing that was pretending to be a system versus us and our real system. By having foreign driver licenses and foreign documentation, quote unquote, you're forcing yourself into a stateless place. A stateless place. A stateless place. Because you didn't create that. To force into or from a state. And then to force to work. Well, either you're employed or you're a worker. And what is a ploy? A ploy is a plan. To force by a blow, thrust, or stroke. Stroke of the pen. Blow, breath. Holy breath. Thrust, movement forward. We must drive. We must drive. with force. Drive, to cause, to go through, to make penetrate. That means rupture. See, we had the authority to bankrupt, to declare that they were bankrupt, the actors. We declared that the actors were bankrupt. How do you demonstrate that? By creating all of your own everything and then using them. Drive, to make or produce by doing this, as he drove an oil well. This is how important the things that we've stated and the things that we demonstrate and the things that we do are. Our ability to drive to each other's territory, knowing that we own all territories, that's important. Because see, very soon we're going to state and invite everyone to this territory for a gathering. This is in preparation for that gathering. We've not put a date for the gathering on the public record yet. The ancestors have given us one. They've given us several, and they've stated that we can use any of them. But at some point, we're going to state that everyone come, that we all come together. And we're doing what we're going to do so that we have a place to meet, so that everyone is comfortable, so that everyone is everything is as it should be. However, all Moors are going to have to demonstrate who they are in order for that to be what it should be. And this is how we will continue rising. Being willing to drive here is important, that everything be stated properly. And we're going to call a meeting, and we're going to keep calling meetings. Now we're notifying and notifying and notifying. So this territory, we're notifying. We're demonstrating, we're stating everything. And then those who come state the same things, and we're all saying the same things. Everything matches. It's going to be very easy for us to do as we apply the things that we voted into law and the things that we know. And we're going to schedule meeting after meeting so that each time more can come, more can come, more of us can come together. We'll schedule meetings at other territories as well, so that we can all come together unencumbered with complete and utter, that is the word, complete and utter nobility in all that we do. And we would state that everyone, let's just move together and keep demonstrating who we are. Get your documentation on the public record. Get your driver's license. Create your own even. Because that's really, you have the authority to do so. And then we're going to begin moving. And we will know how we're doing by attendance levels. We'll know how we're doing. And then we'll know what to, because again, we've created a system, and our system is going to tell us. We're in control of that, not anyone else. So at each of the territories, we're going to come to each of the territories and have a meeting. Using our own instruments and documentation and money. So let's get ready for that, because I'm excited about that. Drive. And this one right here, I was up dancing around when I saw this one. To cause to function. Drive. To cause to function. To propel, to impel, to compel. So when the Bible, the Biblios, talks about going out into the highways and byways and the hedges and causing and compelling men to come, that's what it's talking about. Movement, drive them into the real state. And we don't have to go out and browbeat people. Just be ourselves. They will come, and the system will assist us. See, the system was made to assist us in corralling everyone to wake up. So number 8, to control the movement. To control the movement. And, some will want to argue about who controls what. The proof is in the pudding. The Putting. That means what you put on the public record and then state it and demonstrate it. Drive, direct the course of the Moorish divine and national movement. Yes, we can and do control and direct the course of and control the movement for the Moorish divine and national movement. Why? Because we're all the movement. We are the movement. Foreigners and subjects can't control it. That's up to the Moors, who are the Moorish divine and national movement, to do. To urge, to press. So this word drive, when it says to urge or to press, think about the word depression. They were saying in the 20s and 30s there was a depression. All that is someone was not driving. Someone was not using their force properly. It says to take on a drive to convey a person in an automobile or other vehicle. Well, a vehicle, financial instruments are vehicles. They're ships and conveyances and vehicles and automobiles. In mining, to dig horizontally is to drive. So we'll just put that on the public record. Yes, we control the Moorish divine and national movement, and we direct the course for all others. All others being those who do not know who they are. That means all of us. We know who we are. We know who we are. And control is completely ours, as it always has been, really. So don't shrink back from that. The programming would have us to not say these types of things like we control the Moorish divine and national movement. But if we don't do it, who will do it? No one. We being all of us. Islam. The ancestors are strengthening us in the area of gain of function where stating things is concerned, because we willed to not have our confidence come across as arrogance, but at some point that cannot be an issue, and it won't be for those who can hear. We are who we are, and so we're learning to not shrink back, not backpedal, not try to pull back words because of what others may think about those words, because we have to be truthful. We must be the truth. We must be. That's going to sound arrogant to some people.
Islam,
Empress.
It's beautiful to me because it's like, I keep saying it's being ourselves. And for so long, I've seen so many of us, in the spiritual warfare with the things of this world, and sometimes with ourselves, not wanting to accept who we are. And to me, what you just said was beautiful. I mean, it's not arrogant. It's being one with Allah. And that's the ultimate, goal. That's what we're supposed to be. So,
it can't be arrogant or anything like that when it's actually the truth. It can't be arrogance if it's the truth. We've come so high, and so we've risen so high that to say anything less than who we are is falsehood. We must be truthful, and that's going to come across as arrogant. But this is something that the ancestors have been working with me on, and that's why I did that final test of, just covering my light up and shrinking back just to make others comfortable for a moment or two. And the ancestors are saying, okay, now you did that. You did that. You did it. Are you happy now? I just willed to see. So, our ancestors gave us everything. So an overly inflated ego is not even a thing. It's not a thing. We don't have to go that route. But we must be truthful. We must be. Drive. In hunting, look at this, number 14. In hunting, to chase game from thickets into the clear or into nets and traps, etc. That's what a foreign fraudulent driver license did. And they were just cracking up and laughing at us about that. They had a good time with that one. But that time is done. It's finished. To drive away is to force to leave, to dispel. That's about casting and breaking spells. To dispel. See, we know that the meek, M-E-E-K, shall inherit the earth. We've already inherited it. Meek is those who know who they are, who are confident in that, and who use their force. They say use your force for good. That's meek. Use your force for good. And you can be meek and still remain in the high places that you are. No one gets to high places without going through us. We're the portal for high places. So driving is about dispelling. That's about spells, casting and breaking spells. To drive over or out, as in typesetting, which is about words, to space out or carry over as matter being corrected. That's what courts do. Our courts correct matters. And either you're going to drive yourself or someone else is going to drive you. That's the movie Driving Miss Daisy, quote unquote. That's what that was about. He was actually driving his subject, but he didn't know that.
More bullshit.
To drive a blow. Blow is about the word. A ball. Bullets are balls. A ball, bullet, and a ballot are the same thing. To be driven, operate. To go or be conveyed in a vehicle. To operate a motor vehicle. I like the word operate. That word is very important. I looked it up and it's a beautiful word. To aim at something, to strive forward, to aim a blow. The act of driving, no, we don't have to act, we actually drive. And then look at number 5, drive. An effort put forward to achieve some purpose. Number 6, drive. A rounding up of animals for branding, killing, etc. That means that someone is rounding people up, animals up for branding and killing. When you use a foreign driver's license, you're being rounded up by those documents. That's what all of that was about. Is okay, time to round up the blacks. Because we're not black, see.
Oh, bullshit.
We're not black. We're not black. So that is how blacks were rounded up. Debtors were rounded up. And they always they were saying either you have a suspended license or you don't have a license or we're going to suspend your license. Suspend is another word for saying pending, which means there has to be a decision made about it, but under. Sus, S-U-S, is another word for sub, or prefix for sub, S-U-B, or S-U-P. Those are all prefixes. So etymologically, to suspend a driver's license is to hold it up until a decision is made. And if the right decision is not made, it stays suspended, and whoever it is that's claiming that thing goes to jail, or has to give them their fiat. So again, by enacting accepting foreign black driver license representations, you were participating actively in being called an animal, because that's what black is. It's about animal husbandry. For branding, calling you Negroes and niggers and all of that, and killing with capitalism. It's all in the words right in front of our faces in a dictionary. So what do? We rebut that with our own driver license. Because see, we speak life with every word. With every word. Energy, push. Did you know that this much was contained in driving? That which is urgent or pressing. Pressure. See, pressure and force, depending on how you look at them and who's using them. The word drive. in number 11 is talking about in games such as cricket, baseball, and tennis, etc. All of those are played on a court. Even the baseball diamond is still a court. And then number 13, in psychology, any of the basic impulses or urges, psychological operations. Driving was a psychological operation. Driver licenses was a psychological operation. That's why we're rebutting it the way that we are. Islam. And then driven. Forced into a specified condition. Driven. Number 1 says moved along and piled up by the wind. The wind is the breath, the words you use. Forced into a specified condition. That means they can't force you specifically unless you are of their species or pretending to be of their species. And they're being dead corpses who look all kinds of ways, by the way. They're not just pale. So forced into a specific, forced into it. Forced. There's that word again. See, we're not at war because you can't be forced when you are the force. One who herds cattle, animal husbandry. Animal husbandry. And either you're going to drive or you're going to be driven. Animal husbandry. See, driving for us is movement. Driving for them is animal husbandry. And them being dead corpses. Dead corpses. So there are modern Europeans, and I just will to state this even for my own edification, who are in their proper status, and they already know all of this. A mallet, a hammer, a tamper, etc., or an iron scepter of gold in our case. As the driver, we hold the scepter. Okay? And then number 7, any machine part that communicates motion to another part. So when you're talking about computers, they say, the driver, you can download this driver and it will do whatever it's doing. Well, either you control that or you are driven by it. It's your words that determine that. Your words and your authority. And this is how I see us right here. The driver's seat, and we stand. Actually, we're not seated, we stand. The position of control or dominance. And then the driver ant is any of several African stinging ants that travel together in large numbers. I just see us traveling together in large numbers, together, going different places. I see that in my mind's eye, and I know that it is manifesting even now. That's what this whole thing is all about. Us driving and traveling together in large numbers. Now, if you'll notice, it says driver ant, not travel ant. Driver ants can travel. We as drivers are traveling. That's why our driver licenses are issued by the travel ministry. So this is how I see us traveling in large numbers together with the best of everything. The best of everything. And then I pulled it up from Black Law Dictionary, drive an underground process. And that, again, that is a definition that we rebut.
Okay? It's an overground or overland process to impel motion and quicken, to compel, to urge, or move in some manner or direction. Islam. And in conclusion, as we prepare to adjourn, think back in the previous era's enactment and see if you can come up with in your mind a total estimate of how many Federal Reserve debt notes you paid just in the act or enactment of preparing to drive and then driving. Think about that. Traffic tickets, car loan notes plus late fees, car insurance, court costs for traffic fraud, driver license renewal fees, tab renewal fees. How many times did you have to show the driver's license to others? And, you know, in order to obtain anything. Think about that. The driver license in the previous era was a portal that transported you and benefits and things of that nature. Are there any questions, comments, wisdom?
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
Okay. Great knowledge. Great knowledge. Gratitude for all that knowledge, Empress. Very beneficial. I have a few questions. I'm still in the process of completing the 40 documents. However, I have a few questions concerning the levy and the bond. Okay, let me just go to it. Now, what address should go on the levy for the all caps name? You know, I'm doing the all caps lien. It's a part of the 40 documents that you lien. Right. So, the levy for the all caps name, what would you address? Would you put there on that list?
So, when I levied the fraudulent Pauline, Denise Ritchie that they were using, that the fakes were using, I'll just show you the difference between the two. The address that I levied looked like this. And I'll just make this bigger in terms of the letters. That is a fraudulent address. So I levied it. That and any address similar to that. And then my living mailing location looks like this, which is totally different. That's different. So this is the one that the black one is the one that you lien and put the lien on it and the levy on it.
And that's for the all caps name.
That's for the all caps name.
So that would be your current domicile address.
It's not my current domicile address. It's a fraudulent one that frauds put out there.
Oh, okay.
They look similar, don't they?
Yes.
But we don't know what their SW even means.
Right.
We don't know what their PL even means.
Right.
And WA, what state is WA? Where is that located?
Exactly.
That's not located anywhere on any map that is real.
Not on Earth. Nowhere on planet Earth.
It is not. No wonder they say hello and all of that, because maybe that's where that is. But that's not my address and my mailing location. My mailing location is in red there.
Okay.
Okay.
So I could use the one in red.
Yes. So
Okay.
so what you would do is make that same translation for where you are. Don't use any abbreviations when you're talking about the living land and the living mailing location. You don't use any abbreviations and acronyms and shortcuts and all of that.
Right.
Even when you do latitude and longitude, they will say, W842 degrees west and 62 degrees, north. We spell that all the way out with latitude and longitude as well.
Okay. So I just use my current address, but just spell it out.
Yes, because that's a different place from the one that has abbreviations and all that craziness.
Okay.
And things that are not real.
Okay. All right. The next question is, Empress. I've noticed after watching your videos on the bonds that the figure that you have placed it on all of the bonds was the 666 trillion. Is that the figure that should be placed on all bonds, or should you use your figure that you will?
So if it's a bond for your, let's say for your domicile and all that is in your trust, you can add all of that up and use that figure, or you can use the 666 trillion. It's up to you. Either way.
Okay. And the reason why I asked that is because, for example, the bond, the banks lean on all banks. It's a part of the 40 documents. After doing the levy on
just a moment. It's a lien on actors that were previously acting as banks, because we're the real banks, and then we speak to the banking system.
Correction, indeed, Empress. Okay, what I do before I place in any figures on any of those levies, I try to Google and research the debt, the current debt, before I use that figure. But some of these debts, they are trillions of dollars.
Yeah.
So that is why I ask if I should put that 666 trillion that will try to cover those debts.
You can do that, or if you've taken the time to do the research, use the figures that you found in research, because they have to be restated anyway.
Okay. All right.
So it's up to you, completely up to you. I use 666 trillion because that's what we all agree on the public record about. And then, it is to expedite some of the work, just so that we cover everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
And okay, now, how do we get the court stamp to stamp the documents? Because I've seen in the video some of your documents that you had posted, and you had mailed them out. Before mailing them out, they had the court stamp on it.
Yes.
How do I complete that process?
Create it, because you're the court anyway. See, when we first started demonstrating that we're the court, we would get in our conveyance and go down there and stamp things and stamp. After a while, the ancestors said, okay, now that you know that you are the court and you're the judge and you're the law, you can create those.
Oh, so I don't need to go through the courthouse?
No, you don't.
Okay.
No, there's no courthouse that we don't govern. So put the stamp on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next question. This one is kind of tricky. I'm doing now I'm putting a lien on the bond on the immigration, and one also on the homeland security. Now,
you're
understand
putting a lien on the actors acting as.
Oh, on the CEO.
Acting as CEO.
Acting as. So that would be the CEO of the immigration.
The actor acting as the CEO of immigration.
Okay. Now, all right. Now, I understand that the immigration and the Homeland Security, they work hand in hand. So
Okay. Nobility, I will ask that you call them actors.
Okay. Okay.
Islam.
Those actors, correction, Empress. Those actors, I full stand that they work hand in hand. Immigration and Homeland Security. Yeah, actors, they work hand in hand. Should I do two separate liens, one for the immigration and one for the Homeland Security, or I could just do one because it's both of them. They work hand in hand. And just name both of them on the lien, on the levy, and on the bond.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Now, when you do the bond, you're going to be using real addresses and real places and real things that exist, really, because you bond to the real. You bond those real things to you. You don't bond the fraudulent address and the fraudulent and the fake black stuff. You don't bond that stuff to you.
Okay, so use their actual address.
So you won't use any abbreviations for the bond, the address for the bond. You don't use any abbreviations. For the lien, you're going to lien the fake black address for the bond, for the lien and the levy.
And next question, how many pages total are in the bond?
Between 9 and 12.
Between 9 and 12.
Depending on the insurance, whether you reinsure or not, which is not necessary. Not necessary to reinsure.
Okay. Next question, when I restate the birth certificate, right? Now, say for example, the birth certificate number, it has 2 uppercase A's and then 4 letters. In restating, in doing the reinstating, if I change the uppercase to lowercase, would that be accepted, or I should leave the uppercase or leave spaces between them or something like that?
What does your spirit say about that?
To be honest, it hasn't really confirmed anything with me on it.
Okay, so here's what we would suggest that you do. We suggest that you wait until your spirit tells you what to do about uppercase and lowercase a on that particular demonstration that you're doing.
Yes.
Do the demonstration when your spirit says, okay, use this or this.
Okay.
Because in reality, we can use either, but your spirit has to tell you that.
Okay. Indeed,
okay?
True.
As you do the study on capitalism and what happened with capitalism,
right,
and how we were always writing everything in capitis diminutio minima or in all lowercase letters before the foreign actors came, and the foreign actors started using capital letters on everything. And you know, for some, they just don't want to do it in all capital letters because of that. We know that we control all letters. It doesn't matter how they're written. So that's why we say wherever you are in your study, let your spirit guide you on that.
Okay, Empress.
Islam.
Okay, those are my questions.
Wow.
Self-respect, gratitude for all that information.
Indeed, nobility. Thank you so much for asking.
I love you. Take no love and respect. Islam.
Islam, Empress.
I'd like to piggyback on some of the questions that he has, just so to make sure that I'm clear. So, and if you will just correct me on, you know, the process, because what I'm thinking and what you just answered, I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss something. So, so because I did the lien, I did all of that on the name and all of that. So we did that. But Did I hear you correctly that when you do the lien on your name, you still need to do the levy and the bond? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So then is that going to be the documentation as though I'm going to do a levy and a bond on a domicile?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So you're not leaning your name, you're leaning the fraud's ability to use that thing they created that looks like your name.
Right, but I just want to make sure the process. So then I need to do the same thing, whatever I'm going to do for a domicile, do that for the name that they've been using, etc. So I can, pardon me if I'm not using the right term, but so that I can, I don't know what's the right term, but link that back to me.
To bond, you want to bond the property to you.
Right. And it's the same thing with the name. You want to bond that back to yourself.
Not,
no?
Yes, but it's the name you create with the fiduciary document.
Oh, it's
which is spelled the same, it looks the same, and everything.
Okay, now let me back up. So I just got confused again. So then actually, I did that then with the fiduciary document. Correct? Yes. Oh, then I'm done. Okay.
You stated it with the fiduciary document, but when you start talking about financial instruments and things, then you want to do the levy and the bond for that.
But on my name, or the name that they were using.
No, not the one they were using on yours that you own.
Oh, okay. I think I have that clear.
Okay, let me, and I'll just clarify that one really quickly.
Okay. Because what I'm thinking is, it's all in the documentation, but we've already done that. It's in the documentation. So it's, say, for example, the fiduciary is what? 031. I'm just calling out a number. Then, once you complete that document, it's done.
Well, the bond, the levy and the bond process are, so the 30-something documents is the lawful presentment. That's the law.
Okay.
The lawful presentment of whatever it is that you're stating. It says that you're the currency controller and you're the governor and law enforcement, etc. Then there is a legal presentment that happens. The legal presentment would be the levy and the bond process.
Oh.
That will tell the system who you are and what you're doing. So that the system then says, hey, everyone, this is what she's doing, instead of Babylon trying to say something.
Okay, because what I have in front of me is a levy, but it's on a property. Okay, so the way that I'm understanding you then is the same process. I would do the same thing with this document with my name, my appellation.
Yes, your name, with your name.
Okay, with my name, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so now the next question then as it relates to the levy, because the last page has all the stamps on it, the levy, so the tax levy. But now is it necessary for me to get it re-stamped, or just do I even need to omit the page, or does it even matter?
It does matter. Everything matters, and getting it re-stamped is not necessary. Once you have it stamped, it's stamped.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. And that's what I meant by not being necessary, because it's stamped. So what are we gonna, why are we gonna re-stamp?
Right. No need for that.
Right. It didn't make sense. Okay, so then I'm good with that. I'm trying to think if I had another question. I think that's it. Because I just need to have clarification on that particular part. I think that's it. I'm going to go ahead and yield.
Islam.
Islam interest.
Nobilities. Yes, Islam nobility.
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt again. I have forgot one question. The bank lien, that's in the 40 documents. Yes. What address should go on the levy for the banks?
It's going to be the same, whatever it is, whatever address the building or the structure is, but it would always be what was called the quote unquote headquarters.
Right, but there's a number of banks on the lien.
Yes.
So I'm not sure which one of those address if I should use.
There's a number of actors listed on the lien that were acting as if they were the CEO of a bank.
Yes.
So those banks had those acting banks had corporate headquarters. You would use the address for the corporate headquarters with all of the abbreviations in it for the lien. So let's just say if it's
not the lien, Empress.
Mm-hmm.
The levy. Yeah, because there's a number of banks that's on the lien, but now the levy, there's only one space there on the levy that could accommodate an address. So being that there's a lot of banks, I'm not sure what could put in that.
You can put all of them on there, or pick one and say all agents, principals, heirs, assigned, and any derivatives thereof, and that will get all the other ones.
Okay. Gratitude. Islam.
So
Islam.
These Pauline Richies, just one moment, Empress. These Pauline Richies at the top, the red and blue, those are mine. I own those, okay? But then there's this one in black in death brackets at the bottom that the fakes were trying to use and trying to get me to accept the identity of it, because this is a it, this is not a her. This is the it that we leaned and said, no one can use that. No one's going to use that. Okay? So now whenever we see things coming through with that on it, we already know that, number one, it's fraud. It has to be rebutted or will be rebutted if we haven't rebutted it already. And number two, that whatever comes through with that on it, that means someone's trying to give us a hint about something that when we restate it becomes a credit. So they're trying to show us our credits, really. We're the creditor to all of that. Okay, so the lien that we do, the lien and things like that we do, liens and levies that we do on these things, means that all the property then comes under our Pauline Ritchie, not theirs. That's what the evil twin situation is all about. Okay.
Quick question on that.
There was someone else who had a question. There was a noble, I believe, who was about to ask a question. First, yes, go ahead, Empress.
It's fine. I had a question regarding the actual license plates, if I could, really quickly. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts about putting? I don't remember if we discussed what number to put on there, but how about putting no consent on there?
Well, then you're speaking to the dead. You're speaking to them with that.
Okay.
And we don't really care to get their attention. They're dead, you know. So look at it from your perspective, from the God perspective, instead of looking at it from the dead perspective. If you will allow me to use that term.
Islam. Yes, I get it. Islam.
You know, because we have to stop giving them power and authority that they just don't have. They just don't have it. And they're actually tired of acting like they have it. Because they don't have the means to support acting like they have it, because we said stop. Islam.
I yield.
Islam, Empress. Thank you. Empress Imani, you had a question as well.
I do. So on your presentation on the names and the variations of it. So when I receive, let's say for example, I receive an item in the mail, but it's not the one, you know, with the brackets. It's not that one. So now it seems as though they actually are addressing me. Is that when they really got it? Because it's not in lowercase. I mean, not lowercase. It's not in all caps and all of that. Is that what?
I will say this: they have the system has started doing that here as well, where things will come and it's addressed to Pauline Ritchie in capitis diminutio minima, which is the first letter capitalized and the rest of the letters lowercase. So what we do is we still just rebut it, but we rebut it knowing that we are the people. So all they're saying is we recognize that you're the people and that you're not a dead person.
Oh.
That you're the people.
That's what I thought. That's quite interesting. So
but
now
we still have to do the same thing we've been doing, which is restate, rebut, and
exactly.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay. So now I also, as relates to all of this that we're still talking about, just need some clarification. So because I'm trying to get the when do I do this and when do I do that idea. So let's say, for example, I'm sending a document to one of the, say, for example, I'm sending a document to the court, so-called courthouse, but I'm sending it to my court now. So I'm getting ready to send it to my court. So when I send it to my court, is that in red or blue? I know it's not in black.
Generally, it's in blue because generally they've been doing commerce.
Okay, so it's in blue.
However, it's accompanied by an affidavit on 8.5 by 14 that's in red.
Right. Okay, because that's exactly what I do. 8.5 by 14.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I kind of make that standard now, so that I just make it standard. Next question. So it's kind of like on the flip side of that. Okay, so now I'm sending a document to, let's see, I'm sending a document to a subject to a corporation. So then that would all be in all black, and then at the same time. So it's
in blue.
Okay, so we're going to a corporation, and it should be in blue.
Now, hear me when I say this. If it's a lien, then it'll be in black. Once you lien them, then you put them in blue and put them in subject status.
Got it. Okay, because that's what I need clarity on. When do I put them in subject status, and when am I still treating them like they're dead? You know what I mean? Because we still got the brackets on, and it's black.
So here's what we're seeing with that. Is go ahead and do the lien and send anything else that you're sending and have them in subject status already when you first speak to them. Because see, as we were learning processes and the ancestors were showing us things, we would speak to the dead corpse as a corporation in black when we were leaning them to notify the actors that they've been liened. But now we just go straight to subject status with all of that. We just go straight to subject status with it on the envelope, on the outside envelope.
Exactly.
Now on the lien, it's still going to be Bill Gates doing business as CEO, Microsoft. That's all in black and capital letters and all of that.
Perfect. Yes. What I need clarity on is the envelope. How we're doing this and the meaning, etc. But I think I got the process now. Thank you so much, Islam. I yield.
Islam. Any other questions, comments, wisdom from this amazing and just magnificent, wealthy, prosperous, abundant, high contracting, high intellect Congress? How much more can I put on it? Because all that in a bag, all of that. Islam. Listen, we've got this by a long way, by a long shot. All we have to do is what our great sheik told us. Keep doing what you're doing. Islam. Justice Willie.
Yeah, I was trying to crack a joke and you kicked me out again.
I did? What kind of joke were you?
Yeah, but it was my fault. I was trying to mimic the monkey that so I said, bullshit. But I should have alerted you.
Wow. And sometimes it's Empress Ravana that's doing the kicking out. Sometimes it's me.
No, I don't blame her. It's my fault. I should have alerted you that I was going to mimic the monkey that you have all day. Bullshit. I've been rehearsing.
Wow, you do a good impression.
Right, I was to ask you, how did I do? I've been practicing in my bathroom. Bullshit. That's good. Oh my Lord! Sometimes you gotta take a bad thing and make a joke out of it. I think these guys are in love with you. Honestly, I don't think it's anything that you're doing. They're just in love with you. They love to hear your voice. And
I think so too.
Come on, they have to be in love with you to follow you up so much and to pay so much energy. They're in love. They don't know how to get your attention. They just want attention. So maybe you just need to be a little nice to them. Give them a voice. I think they're just in love with you, man. You're a lovable person. That's why. Anyway, what I need.
I'm never going to give them a voice until they know how to act. They better learn how to behave.
I think they dream about you every night, man. Come on. Anyway, what I need to ask you is, what I need to comment and say, there's something you mentioned just now about when they start fixing your name. Mm-hmm. How do we relate to that? Because I myself notice they realize that the people is onto them. Yeah. So now I'm seeing especially some of my bills. They're coming in my living man status name, like just the first letter is capitalized and the rest. Even the last name, which is Williams, is no longer capitalized. How do I interpret that? Because it's never usually like that. So, and how do we relate to that when they start doing things like that?
We don't change what we're doing. That's how we relate to anything. We keep doing what we're doing. So you have to still rebut it because it's still going to come with some debt attached to it.
Okay.
So what you have to do is restate the debt as credit by court action and your true identity.
Okay.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. The same way we do everything. That's how we do it. We say the same. Because, Yeshua the Christ, the same yesterday, today, and forever. We just stay the same. Yeah. Don't change the next.
Right. The next thing is, I envy you people in the United States because you guys have a lot more latitude in terms of the system, so to speak. Like, for instance, you can appeal to the Constitution and things like that. Canada prides itself as a parliamentary democracy, and I do know about there being a franchise of the United States. I understand all of that, but they're not in admittance, so they would want to appear as if they're separate. So, for instance, if I'm going to put a lien to protect my property, they don't recognize the UCC1 financing statement here that we normally do. They'll tell you that you can only put a lien on maybe a boat or an automobile or whatever. It's not, but not on property, because basically in Canada, the Crown owns the land according to them, and they do not recognize anything like that or allow you. So right here in Canada, the lawyers are the ones who rule, and they don't allow you to do certain things. So what would be the way around that system, considering that the UCC, Universal Commercial Code, are not recognized in Canada? Any suggestions on that?
So, can you see my face, Nobility?
No, I'm only seeing the federal way stuff that you have on board.
Okay, let me stop the screen sharing for just a moment so that you can see. Can
there you go.
Okay. You are looking at the crown. Now go look in the mirror and you'll see the crown again.
Mm-hmm.
Now that proper identification of the parties has taken place,
mm-hmm.
then now you can stop asking them for permission to do things. They don't have permission to tell you whether you can lean or not. They don't have permission for that. So because they're not the crown, you're looking at the crown. Okay?
Right.
So look in the mirror, you're the crown. Okay? So from this point, because see, Justice Willie, if you continue to ask them for permission, it's their job to say no, you can't do that.
Right.
So you got to stop asking because they're not who they say they are. What they're really saying when they say no is no one can do that but the sovereigns. That's what they're really saying to you. No one can do that. So if you ask them, that's the only answer they know how to give because that's what we told them to say to everybody is no, you can't do it unless you're the sovereign. They just don't say the part about unless you're the sovereigns because the sovereigns, we know who we are. So at some point the programming is going to have to be undone and then you'll have to reprogram yourself to know who the crown is, who the real crown is. So to assist with that, we're showing you ourselves and this Congress and you. So now that that's cleared up, now that the air is clear on that, you then go ahead and place liens. But again, every document that we send out, we put an 8.5 by 14 on Moorish government letterhead, court action that states that all names, numbers, everything that has to do with us, we govern it. And then all we have to do with actors is notify them that the real has shown up and the real is here. And when we do that, they stand aside. That's all. That's all.
With due respect, I wish
let me say that you spend a lot of time looking in the funny mirror, thinking that Babylonian stuff it has authority over you. You spend a lot of time doing that.
No. Let me say this. So I have been having ongoing issues for a couple of years, and I have basically done some stuff using what we're talking about. And what they have technically do is ignore. Marky, I didn't do like the colors changing and restating and all of that, but I kind of like use my letterheads with the Moors stuff and, who we are, blah, 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 my status as a Moor, blah, blah, blah. And they just ignore all of that. And remember, when you're up against a set of people who are determined to use the only legitimate authority, which is the use of the force, they still ignore all of that and use force against me on my property. So, not me physically, but against my property and stuff like that, and even place.
Questions? May I ask you questions about that?
Mm-hmm.
When you say they use force, do you mean that they send things that say, no, you're going to pay this? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. Well, what they have done, like I was claiming my land on which my house is built, and I erect a fence in my own right, and they took me to court because there was an easement, and then they did a judicial thing behind my back and put a lien and take down my fence, stuff that belongs to me in a sea container. And so not only have they done me injustice in taking down my fence that secured my property, but they also put it on my taxes. Now that is what is a lien, and expect me to pay for that. And I guess if it's not resolved in 2 years, they can do tax lien sales and dispossess me of my property. So these are the kind of criminality that we have to deal with. So sometimes, regardless of whatever paperwork we do, they ignore it and just use force. That's my concern.
Okay. So that's not true. They cannot use force unless you agree that you are who they're talking to and that your property is located where they say it's located. I can tell you right now, your property is not located where they say it's located. If you look on the screen, there's two things. One of them looks like an address, but it's not. It's fraud. So
okay.
anything that's sent with that on it, we already know, okay, this is not real. So let's just rebut whatever this is. Because see, if they say your property is on 1st Avenue, but you know your property is on 9th Avenue, then isn't that proper grounds for rebuttal?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is the same thing except it's jurisdictional. Your property is not located where they say it's located.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the address that they send all of that stuff to has, and I don't even have to see it to know that it has some abbreviations in it.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of writing out the word south, they say SW or southwest or whatever.
Right.
Or instead of writing out the word street or lane or drive or avenue or whatever or boulevard, they use an abbreviation. That is a misspelling, which means that it's null and void. Okay? If they don't get it correct exactly the way it should be, and anything coming from them with that stuff on it is null and void. And I can tell you without having to see the documentation, I don't even have to see it to know that they're doing that to you. But you don't realize that they can't use abbreviations and say that that's where it is. If I say that my name is Pauline and they say no, it's Paul, that's not me. And in order for any action to take place, the parties must be properly identified. That's why they keep playing with what you think is your name.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing. Every time they send something, you say it's my bill, my tax lien, my this, and my debt, and my that. When it's not yours, you didn't create it. They did.
Oh, okay, right.
That's how they keep getting you. And that's why it's working up even more to the point where they're going to try and claim a place that don't even exist, because you have to properly rebut and state that my domicile is not located at this place, it's located here. It is sovereign property. Period.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to.
So, but that also, but that also has its drawback in the sense that, let's say you're on the phone talking to someone and they want to know your address, and because if you don't give them that what is in their system, then they don't have where to send it, if you know what I mean. So
you're validating what I just said. They can't send it somewhere that is not.
Mm-hmm.
You don't.
But what if you need something to come to you, though? That's what I'm saying.
Then whenever, and I've done this, in someone came to my door. I'll just use this as an example. Someone came to my door, and I knew who it was. I knew who was there because I know the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Came to my door, and they pretended like they were looking for something or someone, and they said, "Is this 911 Southwest 314th place?" I said, "No, it's 911 Southwest 314th place." When they came, they were looking for the one at this one here, the one in black.
Mm-hmm.
They were looking for this one because they couldn't believe that we sent what we sent. So as a test, they came saying they were speaking this language. I said, no, it's this. Not it, and it sounded like we were saying the same thing. But when I said what I said, he turned around and walked away.
Okay.
Because they know. They know.
So the color and the non-abbreviation makes a difference, what you're saying.
It makes a difference. When you call them, you should be doing a court action. What is a court action? It sounds like this. So you be the quote unquote bill collector, and I'll be you. So the phone rings, I pick up the phone and I say, Great Rising. I don't say hello because I don't live in hell and and I'm not low.
Yeah.
I say Grand Rising. And some people who call me know I say Islam, even if I know who it is, I say Islam.
Mm-hmm.
And so then go ahead and act like you're going to collect the bill. What's the first thing they say is this so-and-so?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what they say? They say,
right.
Is this Pauline? And I say, no, this is Pauline Denise Ritchie. Even if they say, is this Pauline Denise Ritchie? No, not that one, this one. This is Pauline Denise Ritchie, the one I own. I've had to do this. I own this. You don't own any name that has anything to do with me. You're offshore. You're lost at, and I'm not. Now, do you understand that? Because, see, it's a court action that we're doing. So we always say, do you understand? And they try and, well, but and then I say, what is your name? And this was the one that I did last week. My name is I am Gene. He tried to say he is Gene. You're not Gene. You're not Gene. No, that's your name, and I own that name too, Gene. Because when I say it, that means I own it. That's why they try to get you to give them your name. Because, see, they used to be bold. They used to say, can you give me your name? And we would just be like, yeah, my name is Pauline. And then you just gave it to them for them to use it however they choose. So, Justice Willie, you must know that how to do court actions when you're talking to them on the phone, because obviously you're determined to speak to them. Obviously. So if you're determined to speak to them, then please learn how to do court actions on them. Court actions is always properly identifying them. And sometimes they'll say, I'll say my name that I own is Pauline Ritchie. And then they'll say,
I keep here. Sorry to interrupt, but I keep hearing people saying that I'm just going to say this. I take no joy and pleasure in talking to these people. But let me just say this quickly. If it's a civil matter, what these people will do, if you do not appear, they will put a default. They will do a default judgment and do things behind and your back. Oh, hold on. And
really
if it's a criminal matter and you don't appear, they will do a manhunt for you in terms of warrant, right? So those some of the reasons why I just show up to object to them be calling me that all caps, or I do special appearance, making them know that look, I object to being called Williams. There are millions of Williams. Even just this week I had one with them. And I say object to being called that, but I just pay the courtesy to be here because I know you people will do default judgment. But I object to be identified as Williams in all caps. I am the living man in capitis diminution nolo or whatever. So that's the only reason why I show up in their courts, just to avoid a warrant for my arrest or what you call a default judgment. Go ahead.
But Justice Willie, you're actually creating warrants by showing up, being someone that you're not.
I have tried the opposite, and they say I did not show up, so they just went ahead and took down my fence because I did not show up. So they're saying that.
Did they take you or the fence?
Well, okay, there you go. They have a thing called in rem jurisdiction. That's correct. They say they're doing against the thing, which is the land and the property which they claim as their own, right?
Okay.
Right, and they also do. So when they go against, they're not going against the man. They're going against that all cap thing. That okay, when you buy a house, they put it in all caps. So they're going against the thing. That is what. So you're correct. They go against the thing. So they find default judgment against the thing, and then before you know it, they kick you out of your house or off your land or do whatever in rem jurisdiction action against you. That is what I'm saying. So sometimes I just show up to see if I can ward them off to let them know that you have the wrong person. I even reject their envelope, send it back to them, return to sender, blah blah blah, no contract. That's all the thing.
You can't.
No,
you can't just because that's not the way courts do things.
Okay.
You be the court. So. You being the court, you're going to, Justice Willie, first of all, they're playing on your fear of losing your domicile. It's very clear that you're fearing losing it, and we get that. We get it. But now is the time for you must gain your wits about you and gain your boldness to stand and state that, because where in rem jurisdiction is concerned, in order to get to the property, they first have to identify who owns the property. So you're going to have to be bold enough to be who you are first, and then state that your property belongs to the living one. You can't show up out of fear thinking that you're helping yourself. It's the fear that's keeping you in that situation with them. It's the fear that you have that's causing the war rants and all of that stuff to happen. Why? Because look here, again, Justice Willie, I get why you're feeling the way you're feeling. But if you look at this word here, it's going to show you about names. You keep issuing you keep answering their war cry. So they're continuing to war. The war cry is a name, phrase, or slogan shouted to charge you for something. You must be at peace knowing that they cannot bother you or touch you. And here's the thing, that's at the expense of, if they do, you're still going to stand. You have to get past the fear. I know you have a family, you have, those who depend on you, they will to live in their domicile peacefully. You must be bold enough to stop answering their war cry, because they're going to keep warring if you keep answering to that name. They're going to keep warring to the point where they will take your security based on a war contract because you keep answering to the war name, which is that's what nam de guerre means. It means war name. So now you're going to have to not worry about what they might do. You still have to be who you really are. You must. Regardless of what they do, you must be you. That's how you protect you and your heirs and your property.
So you're saying just ignoring and not showing up is the solution?
No, we never say that. Oh, no. Why do you think we do court actions? Because we're the court. But you can't be the court by being their corpse. You have to be the court by being you. So what is this at the top of all of our documentation and everything we say? It's right here. This is court action language. That's court action language right there. That's what courts do. Is all rise and stand is a court action. So, Justice Willie, your fear is what's keeping you in that state of, it's your fear. Because you're afraid that they'll come and kick the door in and take you. And we get that. I get it. I get why you feel that way.
I don't agree with you because I'm not as fearful as you're making me out to be. I'm just saying because these people are operating in a criminal way, they do things against you if you ignore, or they do default judgments, or and all of those. Huh?
Don't ignore. Do not ignore. Don't ignore it. You must properly identify yourself.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I show up in there. That's why I show up and I do rebut their assumption that I am that all caps thing.
Islam.
Hold on a minute, please. We'll open the meeting if that's what is necessary. We'll open the meeting. Justice Willie, is what you're doing working?
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either. In fact, I know it's not, or you would not be complaining about it. So here's the thing, Justice Willie, listen to me, and I'm saying what I'm saying in 100% pure love. 100% pure love. The first thing, my first suggestion is for you specifically is this. Go within and ask the ancestors to clear the way so that you can see. Because if you think that they have the authority to come and get you without you consenting to that, then you still can't see quite clearly yet that they don't have the authority to do that. You must permit them to do it by being the person. A person is a name in all capital letters. It doesn't even matter whether it's all capital letters or in capitis diminutio minima. It doesn't matter. They don't get to call you anything but Lord and Master. and that may appeal to ego, but ego has to be moved completely out of the way because it makes it so you can't see. And when I say you, I mean anyone.
On second thought, I'm going to say it worked in a sense because I was on a charge recently. I won't say what the crime was, their so-called crime, without a victim. But their so-called crime, victimless crime. And it was reached to the point where they wanted to give me time and all of that crap. But I stood my ground, and they changed the court, and they started talking to me one-to-one, meeting me one-to-one, and giving me latitude to call the shots because they tried everything to see if they could give me time, probation, and all of that. But I stood my ground, and it watered down to basically not much. So it has worked because I know the law. And I stood my ground, and I know what it is that I ought to fight them on their ground as well. Because I say to people, yes, what we're doing, it's okay and fine, but you still have to learn that if you go into their jurisdiction and they kidnap you, you still can come out swinging if you know their system, because their system is not impregnable, and their system has to follow certain rules and principles. And if they don't abide by that, you can get them there. And that's how I do it. And I got myself out of a big mess, you know. But so it didn't give me the zero out, but I'm free. I did not get time. I did not get anything that take away my freedom. So technically, it worked in my favor because I stood my ground. And like I said, I changed the courthouse because I realized that, as a matter of fact, I became chief enemy one at a time because they realized When I go there, I'm asking the judges their name, and they take offense to that. Maybe they were trying to even spite me sometime, right? Because I do certain actions against them, and some of them will throw the book at you when you take this certain stand. Don't feel that these people are not in their feelings, right? But at the same time, they have principles and rules to abide by, and if you hold them to that, then they cannot move further. So that was what I use, and let them know they cannot move and accepting any deal until they do what they need to do, because it's their law. I have to use it on them and say, that's your law that says you have to do this. If you don't do it, you cannot do anything. I'm not even going to negotiate with you. And they had to abide by that, and that's how I came out. But I get what you're saying, but I wish if it was as easy as that, because I've tried both ends, and I realized that one of them just did not work, in terms of their using brute force. May have messed up along the way, not 100% maybe doing what I need to do. I will give some latitude for that, but I'm not driven by fear. I'm just knowing that we're under a system of people, that there are some people on this land that have come to make our life misery, and they'll do everything to floor you. And trust me, I can send you some of my video with them. And when I give them, when I talk to them, I stand my ground, and they're floored.
Justice Willie.
Yes, but I yield.
With much love in what I'm stating, you're not their person. You're not their person, and you're going to have to set aside anything that resembles either fear or ego. Has to be set aside so that you can hear and see. You're going to have to do that. Hear me when I say this. You're going to have to set aside ego and fear so that you can hear, so that you don't have to keep going through these things that you're going through. You don't have to keep going through those things. I applaud that you stood and that you stated what you stated, but here's the issue. They're tired of you coming to a fake court telling them they're fake, but you keep showing up like they're real, because that's bipolar. You cannot keep going there saying you're fake, but you keep going there like they're real.
That is true.
You can't keep doing that, because it looks like bipolar. It looks like you know what you're talking about, but you don't know because you're here. This is what you say to them. This is what you say and do. Be the court. See, what you're doing is you're doing the right thing by telling them they're fake. They know they're fake, but they keep saying, "Well, yeah, we're fake, but why do you keep showing up if we're fake? Where's the real court? Show us the real court. Show us the real one." So then that's where, again, for you and for all Moors, court actions, every time you open your mouth, don't veer from court actions. They're going to say things that might try to prompt you to be someone else or to answer to them. Keep doing court actions on them. You must. Every time that you open your, because you're the law. And see, when they meet with you one-on-one and they're trying to tell you that really you're the judge and you have to be the judge. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now that I'm telling you this, just a moment, nobility. Now that I'm telling you this, Justice Willie, you're held accountable for that information.
I want to tell you,
you're the court. You're the court.
I want to tell you, Empress, one of the time I stood my ground to the point where the judge had to take a 20-minute recess, and I should have
called him a judge. Please don't call him a judge anymore on this.
The acting judge.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, and I should have just dismissed the case, but I didn't even realize what I did, right? Yeah. But he took a 20-minute, and he came back, and he took a hard sigh when I did it and came back. But yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm working.
You too now. They're showing you too, and so you got to get it. You're getting it from both ends. They're showing you you're the judge.
Yeah. Anyway, I yield. I've taken up enough time. Thank you.
Yeah, Islam, Justice.
Islam.
Willie, You will be the court. I'm going to cast a spell on you right now. You will be the court. You will be the court. You will be the court for everything that concerns you. You are the court. Period. That spell is cast and it ain't going to be broken.
Amen.
Justice, I believe it was Justice Anthony that was going to make a statement.
Indeed, Empress. Rejection, Willie. I know you heard me, Rejection, Willie. The same thing that the Empress is telling you to do is the same thing that you did. You admitted to doing the same thing where you terminated a case. It's the same thing the Empress is telling you to do, only thing that you're not focusing. So I see what your problem is. I'm not here to judge you, and I'm not looking for a debate. But I'm going to tell you simply what I see and what I know your problem is. You have a spiritual problem. And you need to correct that before you go any further. Because you're not in charge, obviously. You're not in charge. The Spirit is in charge, and this is what the Empress was trying to tell you, that you need to stop and check yourself and communicate with the Spirit before you move any further, and the Spirit will open the way for you. The Empress is 100% correct about it. So I'm telling you, you have a spiritual problem. So try correct that spiritual problem first, and when that opens up for you, then everything else will follow through in your favor.
Islam. And again, thank you for that, Justice Anthony, because that's important. The spirit realm is so important. And you know, Justice Willie, I'm grateful that you're here, because we know that is a frustration for many. But at the beginning and end of the day, we must be ourselves. We are the law. We're the law. They know they're looking at the law when they see us. But we cannot be. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. That's what the Biblio says. So Moors, and we've stated this, Justice Willie, just so that you are aware, even before you came, back 2, 3, 4 years, we've stated this same thing. We could not keep telling them they're fake police, fake courts, fake money. Well, where's the real? That's what the money thing is about. Where's the real? We're saying it's fake. Do something about it. That's what they keep saying. Do something about it. Because they know who we are. They know we can do that. And so we do it. We do it. We be that. If I can use it. Yeah, I can use that. We be that. Be that. We must be that. All that there is, we must be. If there's to be any titles, anything, we must be that. Period. For ourselves, the light company, the whoever, we are that. Because all resources come from us. So with that being stated, Justice Willie, we're so grateful for you. Just know that we cannot wait to see you face to face to give you a big hug, because we already know that you know how powerful you really are. Islam.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Islam. Indeed. Empress Imani.
I have something I'd like to share if it's possible.
Islam, briefly. Islam.
I'm gonna make it real brief. And I think this would possibly help Noble Willie on this. So I had an experience this week from the plantation where I worked. And because I think I expressed before, I'm supposedly on medical leave. And according to the documentation, then it's up to me on when I move on the action itself to get the documentation done, because it kind of depends on your situation, etc. Well,
Imani, the crazy bitch queen, crazy.
Go ahead, just a moment. Okay, go ahead, Empress.
So to make the long story short, so the so-called manager sent a certified letter for me to sign, and it was a pink slip.
Lost at sea, lost at sea.
Well, when someone's on a quote-unquote supposedly medical leave, you're not sending a pink slip. Well, he did. So in the process of him sending one, I gave a rebuttal. And the rebuttal that I sent was is the quo warranto mandamus recitio mitis writ affidavit, if I'm saying all of that correctly. But that's what I sent him. And to assist...
You're fired, bitch. Fired.
Go ahead.
So to assist in Noble Willie in what does this look like when they send you something in the mail, you got to rebut it. No matter what it is, you got to rebut it. You don't have to go to court because that's not court because they're not the real court. So you don't even go. So you just send them like what I just mentioned. You send a court action. Because you are the court, you are the judge, you are the one, and there's plenty information out there because I've done it, done the research and all of that. So the information is there to assist in getting this documentation together and send it out. And then once you've done one, the next one is already done because you've done one. You're just going to send it out. Islam. I just wanted to.
Thank you, Empress. Did you all know that that over in the United Kingdom, for example, because he mentioned the crown, did you know that over in the U.K., which is not real, okay, but there were 257 quote-unquote Islamic Sharia law courts over there, which is why you never hear about the Islamic Muslims over there. We're Muslim, and again, those are our brothers and sisters too, but that's why you never hear about anything on the news about them or anything like that, because they have their own courts. 257 of them over there in the enactment. That's exactly what has happened here. We have our courts are everywhere, and that means Canaan land too, which is Canada, Canaan land, Mexico, Olmec territory, South America, everywhere, Jamaica, the islands, everywhere. Each one of us is the court. We must speak, starting with our own matters first, and then assisting other people to do the same. We must. And here's the thing, we don't have a choice. The system is going to do what the system is supposed to do. Now,
may I say?
Yes, Justice Willie.
Right, and you've mentioned something, and that's key. And I've been saying that we need to convene our own court because what do you do when someone wrongs you and you need to take action against them and penalize them? I've learned in common law, you can convene your own court, summon them to your court. You can, and I guess when you have them in default, you can lien, levy, and bond, I guess. And but the question is now enforcement to do the necessaries. So how do you go about that? And because I do agree that we need an alternative. So when somebody infringe against my rights, I can now take them to my court instead of going to their court, because you're correct. Sometimes I have to be suing people in their court, and I don't really like it because that's not justice. So tell me about that.
So, Justice Willie, we're sitting here, we stand here today, a living witness that we've already accomplished all of that. You're at court now. You're convened with us now. And then when you send the court actions out, and here, this is our challenge to you, Justice Willie. We challenge you because we know you stand and are strong with challenges. we challenge you to start speaking only from your court. Get the fiduciary document, put it on the public record, and then start speaking from your court on all matters. And this is the challenge. No matter what they say, stay focused and think and speak law, court only, court actions only. We have done that. We did it for 10 days in a cell that they were calling a jail cell, but it was really court for us. So it was nothing new. And do you know they could not move? They couldn't even come into the cell because it was a court. It wasn't their cell anymore.
It got so
I would say this. This is, and as a challenge, don't speak unless you're doing court actions on them, whether that be by phone, by mail, in person, whatever. Do not say one word outside of court actions. All rise and stand. What is your name? See, they're uncomfortable with you asking their name because they already know what follows that if you really know what you're doing when you ask them the name. When you ask them their name, you are asking as the king. That's what the word asking is. And then you're putting them under your dominion. But if you don't put them under your dominion, it just pisses them off. They just get mad. They just get mad. They will to be under your dominion because they can't keep acting like a court. So our challenge is be the court or be quiet. That's for everybody. We've had to do it. We don't talk on the phone at any time to any, one that was pretending to be any offshore entities and lost at sea entities. We're the court, period. What is your name? Do you understand that my name belongs to me, that it is mine? That's my property and you don't own it? Do you understand that? Do you understand that no United States corporation, company, citizen has jurisdiction over us, the living people, the Moors? Do you understand that? And we don't even wait for an answer before we get to the next question. And sometimes, again, we're not at war with them. We're not at war. And I'll tell you, I had to do that in front of some people who handed me the phone and said, here, you talk to them, because they thought they owed something. So we just did what we do. What is your name? My name is Jean, and am I speaking to the account owner? I am Pauline Denise Ritchie. I own that name. This is not an offshore account. It is an onshore and at land account. Do you understand that? They couldn't say anything. They couldn't do anything. They couldn't do anything. That is what we do 24/7. And I could have taken it a step further, but I didn't, because it wasn't necessary to take it a step further. And I don't intend to have. I have to watch what I say on these calls because everything I say is tested. We did a complete court action on them at that time. That's how we speak to everybody except each other. That's how we speak to everyone except each other. I've done a court action on someone who thought they were my neighbor. I had to do it. What is your name? Pauline, what do you mean, what is my name? What is your name? And I'm not that Pauline. I'm this Pauline. I own that name. So be the law or be quiet, everyone. And y'all know I love you, but I'm going to tell you the truth. Be the law or don't say a thing. See, the story of quote unquote Yeshua, or let me use the word Jesus, the story of Jesus, where Jesus was being asked questions and he wouldn't say anything. He wouldn't answer Pilate. He wouldn't say anything. And he ended up on the cross. He was supposed to be doing court action. Sorry. Not sorry. He was supposed to be doing court action. You don't go up on the cross when you are the court, when you are the law, and you continue to be the law. And some people say, oh, he did it because he loved us. Well, we love y'all too, but we're not going on nobody's cross. We're not. We're going to be the law, period. Islam. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom? There was someone who willed to make a statement in the midst of us speaking. Go ahead, Islam.
So, Willie, we sat for 2 years and we were given a lot of information about their system. And many of us took that information and tried to work with it. But when we came to this place, where it's our court, where it's about us, the Moors, when we came to this place, we found out that their court was the act, and that our court, we can do it different. We can just write the piece. We can be the fiduciary. We could be the judge. We could write these papers. We could put it on the Library of Congress. We could put it on the public record. But we have to do the written piece and put it out there before we can take it and use it as a copy for the things that really irritate us, like somebody trying to take our house.
Yes, it's like.
So there's a piece where the stuff that we learned about their court that is tied to the Christian, I'm sorry, I can't say whatever that word is, but you have a sense of what I'm saying with it, Willie. This piece, you have to be able to put aside long enough to see the piece that is happening in our court, in the Moors' court, in the people's court. If you don't look at what's happening in the people's court, you'll keep getting razzle-dazzle by that information we got before. We sat in the same room. We learned the same things. One was about their court, their acts, codes and ordinances. And we sat there for 2 years, Willie, and I watched you. You said the same thing I said, I want to be a Moor. But I was not able to swallow pieces of that. And I went to another place, and they were giving me a same kind of version of that. It's only this place I came to, and Dr., the woman who sits with Taz Tariq, only those two places, they were actually talking about our law, the Moors' law, the Moors' court, the Moors' ways. Everything else had a little bit of a spin on the acts, codes, and ordinances. And if you can't throw that out of your head, you're going to stay bogged up in it. You have to put some of that aside, Willie, and look keenly at what's happening in our courts. I yield. Thank you for hearing me.
Oh, that's so powerful, Empress. Ooh, that's powerful. I felt that all the way over here. That's powerful. That's powerful. Here's the thing, Justice Willie, all the stuff you learned about what you think is quote unquote their courts, you actually should be using it in your court.
Correct.
Because they don't have a court. And here's the thing, they're going to act like the court until the real court shows up, and when the real court shows up, they'll stop acting. We know that firsthand. Several times, actually. Different parts of the demonstration. The ancestors, the first time, the ancestors took me up to as far as I knew. then they said, okay, they gave me a whole another year or year and a half, almost 2 years to learn some more. And then I demonstrated again. And they couldn't hold. They could not hold. They couldn't hold us. They couldn't act like they had anything because we're the court and we know we are. During that 10-day period, every morning, I would get up and stand on the bench that they called a bed. I would stand on top of it and do a court action every daylight. Start the day with a court action and then start exercising and working out and doing and drinking water and taking care of myself. That's what I did for 3 days. Yes, Islam nobility.
Yeah, you know, it's amazing that the exact thing. I don't know if Kamisha is still online, but the exact thing that you just repeated about Pilate and Jesus keeping quiet. I actually said to her that when you go, the Bible says when Yeshua went in front of them, he opened not his mouth, but like a sheep before a shearer is dumb. So he just did not open his mouth, and yes, he ended up on a cross and what have you. But I'm not even talking about that part. I'm talking about the part where in their thing, he had nothing to say, and it's because I was saying by your words you're justified, but also by your words you're condemned. So we got to be careful what come out of our mouth. I yield.
If you're trying to speak in a fake jurisdiction, then yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, be the court or be quiet.
Right.
Be the court or be that's the rule for the millennium, basically. Be the court or be quiet.
You can't bring the real world to Pauline's fantasy.
Because every word that you use when you're not being the court will be used against you. Why? Because they can't use it against you unless they're trying to be pretending to be the court. Be the court and don't be quiet. That's really what we will to state. Don't be quiet. Be the court. Yeah. Don't be quiet. Be the court. Don't be quiet. Be the court. It's a spell. That's why we repeat ourselves. Any other questions, comments, wisdom? Empress, you almost had me in tears there because it is so the truth, what you stated.
Islam Empress. I asked the question.
Islam Empress.
Okay. Do we have to do each time we do like a lien and a levy? Do we have to do a corresponding bond, or can we allot an existing bond to the lien and the levy?
What does your spirit say?
My spirit told me that I can allonge do a general service bond and then allonge that levy and lien, particularly if I'm doing it for a particular debtor, just allonge it to the existing bond.
When you say existing bond, is it one that you wrote or one that some foreigner wrote? Or you don't know who the author?
One that I do. Like for instance, I did the post office bond for $660 billion. So instead of doing a new each time I'm doing a debtor, can I just use that bond and then do the lien and levy and then I'll launch those to the bond that I've done, the post office bond that I've done?
I am in 100% agreement with your spirit.
Okay, good. Thanks.
100% agreement with your spirit. Whatever your spirit says for you, do that.
Okay. All right.
Your spirit will never be wrong, ever.
Okay. Thank you.
Islam. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom from this amazing Congress? Islam Empress.
Islam, hi, how are you? My name is Ashley. I'm new to the group, and I'm just getting started with everything. I love the wisdom that everybody's sharing. It's a lot of knowledge. I'm excited to learn more and just through this whole journey. I do have a question about taxes. I haven't quite did all of my 47 documents, but I do now have to file my taxes. And I did neutralize my birth certificate. So in the midst of that, I don't know exactly how I should go about it. Should I wait till I'm done with my documents to proceed with my taxes, or is it okay to move forward now? And if so, moving forward, how would I do that?
So it's okay to move forward if you feel comfortable moving forward.
Okay.
With the knowledge that you have.
Okay.
It's
so
okay to move forward.
So I can am I filing them as if I would before I neutralized my birth certificate and started the whole Moore's process?
So here's our suggestion.
Okay.
Our suggestion is, first, always listen to your spirit about how you should take each step, because your spirit is never going to lead you wrong. If your spirit says, go ahead and send this, but hold this part back and work on it a little more, then do that. Okay? Whatever your spirit says, that is your first and highest authority, because it's you. Okay. Secondly, what we would state is that if there are any forms that were going to be sent, we would say retitle the form. Retitle it, which is what we call restating. Restate the form. Okay. Put the title in blue or red.
Okay.
And then, as you're going through this restated form, make sure that you just listen to your spirit, because your spirit is going to start speaking to you about what to put.
Okay.
And then when it comes time to sign or autograph your restated form, always sign in blue or red.
Blue or red. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
And should I send an affidavit with these restated forms? Always. Okay.
Always.
And should I also send, although I'm not done with all of my documents, should I complete a specific document that will kind of highlight the tax portion? Okay.
Document number 4 is the fiduciary document.
Number 4. Okay.
Just look for the fiduciary document. That document I send with everything. It don't even matter what it is. That's the one document that I send with everything. Any restated forms, because we don't fill out their forms in the state that they're in. We retitle them and then fill them out according to the spirit, what the spirit tells us to do. Because then they become our forms when we restate and nationalize the form. Because that's really what you're doing, is nationalizing the form.
Okay.
To match your status.
To match my status. Am I still using my Social Security number? Because I haven't gotten to that portion yet where I changed my Social Security card, like those numbers.
So here's our suggestion. Since you've not done the actual process, you still have to be yourself. So this is our suggestion. For example, if your Social Security number is this, here, it usually let me just make sure this is done properly. Usually the number will look like that right there. Whenever you write the number in either blue or red.
Okay.
And take out any minus signs and have it look like that.
Got you. Okay.
And then, like on the forms, what we do is sometimes they'll have something that says SSN or whatever. We erase that on the form, or take Photoshop or something like that, and we spell it all the way out, and we'll say state security number. Okay. And put that in. Let's say we put it in blue or red, either one, blue or red. So you're adding life to the documentation. Okay. And that's our suggestion with that. Anytime you use that number, take the dashes out because it's really a math problem.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Islam.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And just know that there's no such thing as a new Moor. There's just ancient bloodline. Our bloodline is forever.
Thank you, because I feel like I'm headed in the right direction. I'm where I'm supposed to be. So thank you. I appreciate that.
That's your spirit, your truth center, telling you that, yes, keep going. Just keep doing what you're doing. That's the key to all of this. And we're honored that you're here, Empress.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm honored to be here. It's finally in my life, I feel like I'm among the right spirit.
Islam.
I
Our
do
spirit
have,
affirms that. Islam, Empress.
Thank you. I do have one more question. So I'm in the state of Massachusetts. Is there anyone that I could reach out to just as I send documents, maybe just take a peek at it? Like, how do I get just a little closer correspondence with documents and just taking a peek for the first few rounds, or just kind of giving me some heads up about how to do things? Anyone in contact that you can kind of suggest?
So here there are three parts to that. The first part is this is a demonstration in reconnecting with your ancient self, the ancient you. So the first authority, no matter who you connect with, your first authority is always going to be you, and the spirit will always give you the answer. The spirit will never leave you hanging, even if it takes a couple of days for the answer to come through. No matter what question you ask your spirit, the spirit is going to give you the right answer. That's number one. Number two, if there's anyone on here at Congress today who wills to just be a sounding being for Empress Ashley, please put your information in the chat. Can you see the chat, Empress Ashley? Or
yes, I can see it.
Okay. Put your information in the chat so that. And now, Empress Ashley, here's the thing: no matter who gives you their information, no matter who they are, your spirit is still going to be your authority.
Number one. Okay.
Number one, first and foremost, because they may be giving you things that are applicable for them, but ultimately you must decide how you are going to govern your estate. You have a very vast estate, and you must govern that estate. You.
Okay.
And then we just do suggestions, and we put information out there that assists others, and so on and so forth. Empress Imani has put her information there as well.
Thank you.
And then others may inbox you the information, but again, use your sovereign filter for all information, and you'll never be wrong, ever.
Thank you. I appreciate all of this knowledge and wisdom. I'm just honored. I'm honored to take charge in what our ancestors have fought so long, way back, for us to just reach a little bit of and have get the footprint in.
Empress Rima has put her information in the chat as well.
Thank you. I am writing all of this down.
Say that those are some great empresses. They're very powerful, and so are you. Again,
Thank you.
We're glad you're here.
Thank you. Honored to be here. Thank you so much.
Islam.
I yield.
Islam. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom from this amazing Congress? Islam. Okay. We will adjourn until this coming Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. And at some point, we are going to introduce a second Congress on maybe Thursday or Friday. And that one, we're just going to, because that's what we were doing initially, and we may even just move this one to Thursday or Friday instead of having it on Sunday. We'll have it on Thursday or Friday. But we'll let the Congress decide because we make all of those decisions together. Let's see. Get the mortgage company says the mortgage has been discharged and sheriff sale canceled. Empress Aisha, is that you? In the chat?
Yes.
Did you receive that? Obviously you did. Empress Aisha, that just means that your paperwork and your documentation worked. In the chat, she put, if someone gets a letter from a mortgage company, it says the mortgage has been discharged and the sheriff's sale has been canceled. They're not who they say they are. So you're the sheriff and you're the mortgage company, and yes, you did cancel any attempts at selling Islam. That means, again, as we stated before, and we all agreed, the domicile is still yours, Empress Aisha. That's what that means, that the domicile is still yours. Just as we stated previously, it's still yours. So if was that what you were asking, Empress Aisha? Is just the interpretation of that? We would also, and this is just what we would do, we would turn right around, restate the logo for wherever that came from, and then state that same thing right back. We sure would. We would state that same thing right back. Because you stated it previously, Empress Aisha. Islam.
So do I ask the same thing back to the mortgage company?
So do you know how to, Empress Aisha, are you familiar with restating that document and what that looks like?
Yeah, I think I can do that.
I would just say the same thing they said, but it has to come from you, and then you autograph it. Okay. Because you're the Chief Justice of either that was previously doing, or of anything that has to do with a company or law enforcement. You're the Chief Justice for all of that. So our suggestion would be just restate exactly what was stated and send it right back, because it has to come from you. They already knew. Listen, they're actors. They couldn't sell anything if they tried. They couldn't sell it. Okay. Because you've already put the law on the record.
Okay.
Okay. Congratulations on your domicile.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I know it's that simple, Moor. It's that simple. It's that simple. Do the work, state who you are, be the court. The stuff is already ours, okay? It's just a matter of, do we know the process to keep the stuff and to acquire the things? It's already our stuff. Everybody knows that. With that being stated, we will adjourn. Empress Aisha, did you have something else, Empress Aisha?
No, I'm okay.
Yeah. And Empress Aisha, I'll say this, it may seem like you went through a lot, but you're still here. You stand.
I'm standing. I'm standing. Even though I have to get medical assistance, I'm still standing.
Empress, just continue to stand. You're still with us, and we're still with you.
Thank you.
Period. So we would suggest that as well, indeed. to just go ahead and issue your ruling. Islam.
Okay.
And if there be nothing further from this Congress at this time, we will adjourn this platform, even though we'll still be the Congress all week, and the courts and all of that, and the heirs. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Islam.
Islam. Peace.
Islam.
Islam.
Grand rising.
Islam. Gratitude.
Islam. And thank you.
Islam. Thank you, Empress. Islam.
Thank you. Yes.
Islam.